50. Iran is stubbornly holding on to its claim of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran signals progress in talks with Oman over the status of the strait, which the U.S. insists is an international waterway, one that's important to global commerce.
Two people familiar with the talks say the temporary deal would have ships entering the strait near Iran and exiting near Oman. Ships would transit without paying fees or tolls during the interim period. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the establishment of new maritime routes does not mean the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. He says an agreement on the routes may be reached, but reopening the Strait of Hormuz depends on a separate set of conditions being met, and those conditions are being conveyed through intermediaries. Iran's Supreme National Security Council said on Saturday that the strait would not reopen until the U.S. corrects its behavior. I'm Donna Warder.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has rejected President Trump's announced deal for Gaza, insisting that Israeli forces will not pull out until Hamas disarms. A Ukrainian drone attack on a city about 550 miles east of Moscow has killed a dozen people, wounded 39 others, according to Russian authorities. Ukraine has been targeting Russian oil facilities with long-range drones almost daily in recent months. The barrage has caused fuel shortages in Russia and unsettled the general public. Wildfires continue to burn across western Canada and the U.S. as well. Evacuees forced to flee their homes, waiting to see what will be left of their homes when they return. In western Canada, more than 20,000 people were forced to evacuate from communities in British Columbia. An 80-year-old woman died while trying to escape the flames. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are down 37 points, while the Nasdaq futures 112 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice! With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
A shocking roadside discovery in Australia, a find that had police and local residents on edge, turned out to be nothing more than the work of a prankster, one with a rather warped sense of humor.
It sounded gruesome. A bag dumped at the side of a road in rural New South Wales, reportedly containing the body of an unidentified female. That was on Sunday. But by Monday morning, the story had changed. Good news, the police told reporters. The remains were not human. Only later, police confirmed it was in fact a lifelike doll wearing clothing with hair and a nose piercing. The bag was collected and examined by a forensics team who confirmed the good news. There would be no murder investigation. Just a few red faces in the police force.
That's BBC's Katie Watson. Europe's climate agency says this summer's Western Europe heat wave has shattered a 2022 average high temperature record for the period June through July. News and analysis at townhall.com. The latest word on former President Biden's health, not encouraging.
Hunter Biden in an interview with the BBC saying his dad's health is declining.
The cancer has spread, has metastasized into his bones and further. It's very painful.
The former president was diagnosed with prostate cancer last May, 4 months after leaving the White House as the oldest sitting president. Biden is 83. Laura Winters reporting.
Leftist candidates for governor in Wisconsin and the U.S. Senate in Minnesota making their final pushes ahead of tomorrow's primaries in those states. Democratic incumbents in Connecticut also trying to fend off far-left challengers. Primaries come a week after progressive Abdul El-Sayed narrowly defeated Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens. That in Michigan's divisive and very costly primary for the U.S. Senate. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Get the news in the morning from your Godzilla of truth. Then brace yourself from 10 to noon. Hear the reaction from Wendy Bell Live.
It's not going to be a conspiracy theory. It's going to end up being a conspiracy fact.
Because we're freaking lied to about everything.
She's America's anchor mom.
He's not just talking out of his butt.
Catch the truth bomb explosion starting August 17th. Wendy Bell Live. 10 to noon on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Well, happy Monday, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. Weekend went by fast, didn't it? I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. A high today of 95, expected a low tonight of 74. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 73 degrees. The Squirrels lose yesterday, but win 2 of 3 over the weekend against Reading. Moving on to the nation's capital, you're going to see a high today of 96 degrees, possible late afternoon storm. That's because heavy storms expected tonight when the temperature will be 74. Right now, the temperature, a network high, 77 degrees in Washington. The Nats sweep the Reds at home over the weekend because that's what good teams do against the Reds. Anyway, in Atlanta, a high today of 88 with afternoon storms. A low of 72 with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 74 degrees. The Braves dropped 2 of 3 to the Yanks in New York over the weekend. Next up for the Braves, the other New York team at home against the Mets. First pitch, 7:15 tonight. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 94, a low of 74. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 72 degrees. Philadelphia, your high today will be 94 degrees. And like you see, you're going to have possible late afternoon storms. That's because tonight, heavy storms expected. A low for you all of 74 in eastern Pennsylvania. Right now in eastern Pennsylvania, temperature also 74 degrees. The Phils win their series against the Blue Jays over the weekend. They're on the road next at St. Louis. First pitch tonight, 7:45 for the two teams. Morgantown, shout out to all Ians in West Virginia. A high today of 84 expected with possible storms this afternoon. A low tonight of 68 with heavy rain expected. Right now the temperature in wild and wonderful West Virginia, 71 degrees. And last but not least, unless we're talking about the Buccos, my Pittsburgh folks, high today of 84, a low of 70 tonight. Right now the temperature 72 degrees. The Buccos lose another series this weekend against the Mets. Next up for the team, skydiving, because they're in freefall. Teddy Bridgewater re-retires from football. The A's shortstop Jacob Wilson sets an MLB record for his position for the most errorless games in a row at 111. And Don Nelson, the NBA's second winningest coach all time, dies at age 86 here at the John Fredericks Media Network. Our thoughts go out to Nelson's family and loved ones, including our own Frank Zaccanelli, who was one of Nelson's closest friends. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. I don't know why this isn't working. Hold on. There we go. That's the problem on the screen there. I didn't have the cover sheet off. So, let's revisit the Fifth Amendment for one more morning this week. Last week, of course, we talked about the amendment's so-called takings clause, which, as I explained, is really a no-takings clause. Right now, let's turn our attention to the aspect of the amendment that most people know it for. Its acknowledgement of somebody's right, effectively, to choose not to testify against himself. Following Dr. Anthony Fauci's invocation of that right literally dozens of times on Capitol Hill 2 weeks ago, the Senate Homeland Security Committee voted 8-5 to refer him to the Department of Justice for contempt. Senator Josh Hawley asserted that Dr. Fauci didn't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because he's already been pardoned, while Senator Bernie Moreno, meanwhile, said that he voted to hold Fauci in contempt on behalf of the millions of people whom he harmed. Those of you who turned in to hear me guest host for Killer Carl on Saturday will recognize what I'm about to state. Look, nobody dislikes Anthony Fauci more than I do. Barring some new development, his precious COVID shots have left me permanently impaired. Quite simply, I think that Fauci is an evil charlatan who deserves every misfortune that he suffers. Yet, when preparing to use government to punish someone, we need to imagine that the target may not always be somebody as despicable as Anthony Fauci. We need to imagine the same tactic being used against not the guilty, but rather the innocent. And if that strikes us as unconscionable, we need to have the prudence to be principled as opposed to, you guessed it, pragmatic. I am all for finding a legitimate way to prosecute Dr. Fauci, but shortchanging one's right to refrain from testifying against himself is not the way. Whereas the First Amendment acknowledges that someone has a right to speak freely, the Fifth Amendment essentially acknowledges that someone has the right not to speak. The right, to borrow Miranda language, to remain silent. The right is one that is broader than folks that, like Josh Hawley and even the courts, seem to acknowledge. And the right is too important to throw away, just so as to throw Anthony Fauci to the wolves. Don't think that throwing the right away can be used for bad instead of good? I have one phrase for you, courtesy of a JFMN colleague of mine. January 6th. And hey, don't fret that Dr. Fauci won't get what's coming to him. In our quite flawed universe, good people don't always get what they deserve. But bad people, one way or another, always do. If the court of law doesn't get Dr. Fauci, the court of public opinion will. Really, it already has. And it can be a powerful ally of justice. Just ask Casey Anthony or Kevin Spacey or the ghost of O.J. Simpson. Call it karma if you want. I call it causality. We'll pick up here tomorrow. In the meantime, though, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
America 1977. Star Wars premieres. Elvis dies and Jimmy Carter is sworn in as president. But also the Voyager space probes are launched.
My function is to destroy that which is not perfect.
While they were supposed to fizzle out by the early 80s, somehow we're still getting data from these things.
It's the real thing. A radio signal from another world.
Virtual postcards from the edge, if you will. From beyond the heliosphere, whatever that is. But for sure, further than Pluto even. From the CNN Science Story, quote, but engineers have had to get creative to keep the probes operating far longer than their expected lifespan of 5 years, as each spacecraft's power supply has dwindled over time, close quote. As an aside, raise your hand if you've ever had a battery in use for 50 years. We gotta find the guy who made this thing, right? They say they run on radioscope thermoelectric generators. Okay. The mission manager says their team loves these probes and donates weekend time and off hours contributing to the program. That they're delighted that they've figured out how to get maybe another 2 years out of Voyager 2 anyway. The story says it takes nearly 20 hours for any command to reach the probe, and obviously again as much for it to reach them, calling it the Big Bang. They implemented their solution on July 9th. Unconfirmed reports from outside the box are that the magic command to fix Voyager after all these years, using technologies a half-century apart from each other, is to tell it to turn its power off, wait 5 seconds, then turn itself back on again. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want raised. And thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world past the wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Clint Eastwood would never tell to make his day, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you on this Monday on the John Fredericks Media Network. Let me get this thing up here, Dan. There, Kenny. Great to have you with us. Hope everybody had a super weekend. Truth and clarity right here. Hey, there's nothing better than getting up on a Monday morning with y'all. Had a great weekend. And Dan, we're on fire. Lots of things going on here in the radio company and the network. We got lots of great announcements to make. And we got AOC running for president, freezing her eggs. Actually, not like a bad idea. You're probably, Dan, wondering what's on my shirt here every day. Well, a couple weeks ago, I got another tattoo, and every morning you have to put the cream on it for about a month. So when I don't have my jacket on, it kind of seeps through. So just so you know.
Okay. I was thinking it was just that hot up there in D.C. already in that studio of yours.
I just one side of my chest, right? I mean, I just noticed that on the camera. That's one of the reasons we have this TV here. So you can see things you don't normally see in another way. So, but it's too hot to put my jacket on when I first come in.
It's hot in there. I having been there a few times myself. It's a hot studio. It's not cool.
Well,
so,
and the lights on and the air doesn't kick on here in the building until 7 a.m. So really until 7:30, and it's not on the weekend at all.
Yeah.
Well, no, it comes on at 7. I think on Saturday. It's not on Sunday. So it's just hard, But hey, it's all good. It's good to be with you, Dan. Hope you're feeling better.
Right. I am a little bit. Yes, thanks so much. But yeah, well, we'll keep it real. We're keeping it real with how that's what we do. We keep it real here.
I got your email. It made me laugh.
And now I was like, oh, right, okay, yeah. Inside joke. Inside joke. It's like, wait, what are we talking about? Oh, right, that.
You're the one that did it. Okay, got it. That's right. So that's why I put LOL.
Senioritis striking early on this Monday morning. Yeah.
I'm sure you get it done ASAP, right?
Yes. Yeah. We'll take care of that today.
Got it. Yeah. Anyway, we got a lot of great things happening, a lot of announcements to make, a lot of fun things happening. Those of you that follow me on Godzilla Wins, Dan, and GodzillaWins.com, I'm on a burner again. When I get hot like this, you just got to follow me on GodzillaWins.com. 4 out of 4 yesterday, 8 out of the last 10, 10 out of the last 13 MLB games. So I'm hot as a pepper. And now I'll go cold, and it could happen tonight. That's the problem. But right now, I get a feel. Sometimes it's kind of like hockey. I just get on these burners that carries me. But we're on a little bit of a burner right now. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Always free, never a fee. Get my analysis there, my picks. And of course, if you do go on there and you do decide to wager, please gamble responsibly. Only bet what you can afford to lose. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. But I had a good day. Yesterday. When you bet 4 games and win them all, it's a pretty good day. So let's keep that going. Not easy to do. Baseball will grind you out. AOC running for president, no doubt. She had her first Sunday appearance in 2.5 years. Wouldn't rule it out. She's freezing her eggs, which I respect her for doing that. I really do. I mean, she's 36 years old, no children. She would like a family. And let's get the politics aside. She deserves deserves to be a mom if she'd like to be a mom. And, with everything going on, she can't really have kids right now and raise a little infant if you're running for president or running for Senate. So she's freezing her eggs. I like that. Other than that, she's, bat crap crazy. But look, the communists are winning all over the place. They're going to win this Wisconsin primary. This lady Wong Hu or Ho Wong or whatever her name is. I mean, these people are nuts, and they're going to be. They are not going to win the Wisconsin governorship. They are not going to win Maine. They are not going to win Michigan. And there's a bunch of House seats they probably should have could have won, but they're not. This is why I'm so bullish on why I think we're going to be successful. You know, when you look at the midterms, even the Cook Political Report has the Republicans at 212 seats. Now, Dan, you know, you have an abacus there. You have a calculator, right? There's 435 seats in Congress. Dan, get your calculator out and divide 435 by 2. What do you get? Right? You get 217 and a half, which means you need 208. Is that, if my math serves me, you need 218 seats to control Congress. Right, Dan? You need 218.
That's correct.
Get your calculator out. Cook Political Reports got us at 212. There are 18 competitive seats. 18. Now, you know, the Democrats are going to say there's 50. Look, folks, there's not. There's 18 seats are going to determine who controls the House. That's just the way it is. There's 18 seats. And no, Terralico's not going to win Texas. And no, Texas is not going blue. And no, we're not going to lose seats in Texas. All that is narrative polling, push poll nonsense. Okay, none of that is real. None of that is going to happen. None of that has anything to do with anything in reality. So let me break the math down for you, because that's why I'm here, truth and clarity. We got Cook Political Report, right? Very, very noted, very reputable firm that analyzes these races. What they see right now is they give the Republicans an edge in 212. Okay, there's 18 seats that are really up for grabs. That means to get the majority, we have to win 6 of the 18. We have to win 1/3 of the seats in play. I'll take those odds any day. 1/3. 1/3 of the seats in play. This is why I'm so bullish. The Senate is over. They're not going to win Maine, and they're going to lose Michigan. They're going to hold serve in Georgia. Maybe they pick up North Carolina. Sherrod Brown is not going to win in Ohio. Terralico is not going to win in Texas. None of these are going to flip. So basically, lose North Carolina, gain Michigan. Collins wins, hold serve. Ossoff wins, hold serve. That's it, right? They're not going to win Ohio. I mean, this is nonsense. So forget that. There's no blue wave coming. There's none of this is coming. Not with the candidates they got. Not with the jihadist Marxists. Not with guys running around on Hassan Piker. I mean, AOC went on him. This guy says we deserved 9/11. Only problem was he said not enough Americans died. This is the guy's show they're going on. I mean, it's crazy, but you know what? Hey, they have a right to take their party over, and I respect them for it. Honestly, I do. I respect the Democrat communists for taking over their party, just like we took over. I respect that. I have no problem with that. But that's just the reality of it is. 18 seats, we got to win 6. That's 1/3. Do you like your odds when you've only got to win 1/3 to win? They got to win 2/3. We got to win 1/3. We have 3 times the money. In the RNC, we have a bajillion times the money because we have 130 million and they've got minus 2 million. They got $2 million in debt. So I don't know what those odds are. We're ahead 3 to 2.5 to 1 in every committee. So funding's not going to be an issue. Plus, we got the Trump PAC that hasn't unloaded yet. We got all that's coming up, man. So that's why I feel so optimistic. That's why you tuned me in, truth and clarity. But what you're going to get is a steady diet of negative polling. Terralico is going to win Texas. Sherrod Brown's going to win Ohio. You know, Democrats are going to win 1 million seats, blah, 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 blah. Trump sucks, blah, blah, blah. Orange man bad, blah, blah, blah. Polling, he's underwater. Economy sucks. Everybody hates him. Kids are abandoning him. Hispanics are abandoning him. Blacks are abandoning him. Asian Americans are abandoning him. Everybody's abandoning him. Trump's dead. MAGA's dead. Forget it. That's what you're going to hear between now and November. And so if you tune me in, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Trump is still polling 98% of all Republicans because he's doing a super job. Now let's get to the jobs report. Let me break that down for you. Okay, we lost 21,000 jobs. You would have thought it was the end of the world. Yet employment goes down. How'd that happen? How's employment go down? People retiring, leaving the job market. I mean, people do retire, you know. We have an aging community. But let me tell you the other thing in those jobs, right? We gained 20,000. We lost 21,000 jobs. We gained 30,000 private sector jobs. You ready? We lost 55,000 public sector government jobs. So we are shedding government jobs. Now, those people we either retire or, which is fine, because they might as well retire now because Social Security is going bankrupt in 2032. That's why I took mine early. I could have waited, get more money till I'm 70. I took it at 68. Why would I wait? It's going to be bankrupt. Might as well get what I can for the next 5 years. So it's going away until we fix it. We're shedding public sector jobs. They're retiring. We gained 30,000 private sector jobs. We're going to continue to gain jobs. This economy is booming. Oil is going to come down. And I'll get to Iran in a minute, which is another misnomer, another joke on you by the fake news, left-wing, lying piece of crap media. That's why you tune me in. Truth and Clarity right here on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others, even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, Improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Marcus was absolutely awful. That's about as PG rated as I can say it. He was awful. Our guards were awful. Our 3 starting guards had 1 assist and 7 turnovers. They must think it's a tax credit. It's unbelievable how our starting guards played. And let's talk about our big guys. 2 for 11. How can you go 2 for 11? My wife can score more than 2 buckets on 11 shots because I know my wife will at least shot fake 1 time. But those guys aren't listening. They're uncoachable right now.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you got him, and it's good to be here with you. AOC running for president, no doubt about that. But let's first get to Iran. So they're trying to make another deal. Let me tell you what my position is now. I don't want a deal. I'm done with deals. Now they want us to pay them $100 billion a year for the use of the Strait. Well, before the war, we weren't paying them anything. Now they want to cut a deal with a man and charge a fee. We're done. I don't know. And then they say Washington has to change their behavior. You know, we don't have to do crap. President Trump is really in a tough position here. And this is the first time I've said this. There is no way out of this thing through negotiation. None. And the more he tries to do it, the worse he looks. The more desperate we look. He says they're desperate, we're desperate. I mean, I'm just giving it to you straight. There is no way out of this thing. There is no negotiation. And whatever deal we make, they'll break it anyway. I mean, what they're talking about is giving them $100 billion a year to keep the Strait open. Obama gave him $4 billion on a pallet, and we all went crazy. Now we're talking about they want $100 billion a year. A year. No. Amman, no. Strait, no. Look, take the island, take the Strait, bomb them into oblivion. This is the only way out of this thing between now and the end of now and Labor Day now. I mean, I thought this thing would be over in July. Now we're hoping it's over by Labor Day. By the way, sitting in for me on Friday before Labor Day is Phil Klein. Phil Klein will be sitting in for me the Friday before Labor Day. So I'm going to take a nice long weekend off with Ann. Might take Thursday off as well, kind of flirting around with that. But probably a likely scenario. We got a lot coming up this year. So, you know, once we get to Q4, Labor Day, got Thanksgiving, Christmas, that's when I take the majority of my time off. I don't take it off during the summer. Lots to do. Anyway, having said that, no, I don't want any deals now. I don't want any deals. Any deal we make is going to be ridiculous. Any deal we make is going to make the U.S. look weak, Trump look weak. Because look, they figured this out. I mean, they go on social media, they mock us, and the Democrats carry their water. And they're trying to get to the midterms. I mean, they have figured this out. And so this constant, we're going to bomb them, we're going to bomb them, we're going to bomb them. No, we're not. We have a deal. They're desperate. No, we look desperate. We look desperate. And I think everybody agrees with me now. There is no way out of this thing. They're not going to get a bomb. That's fine. There's no way out except force. You have to force your way out. You have to take the islands. You have to open the Strait. Now, ships are flowing through. They're being escorted by the U.S. Navy. So this whole thing about the Strait is closed. The Strait is not closed. Strait is open. There might be one passageway that they have somewhat control over because they can fire a slingshot at it or something. But the majority of the Strait's open. The ships are flowing through. Oil is going to come down based on also on oil, on our oil that we're getting out. So that is all nonsense. just straight out, okay? In fact, I'm going to get here to Kevin Hastert, Dan, and then we'll get to some callers here in a second. I got to find this. We got papers here flying around all over the place. Well, I don't seem to find it. Sometimes I forget to put them on the rundown. But Hastert said yesterday, who can find it, Dan? He said yesterday, basically the strait is open. So, stop saying it's closed. We're escorting the ships through. Our oil production is hitting an all-time high. Our energy production is at an all-time high. Gas prices are going to continue to come down. But this idea that we're going to have some kind of deal with them and pay them money for what? What, so they can get their terrorist organization back up and kill more Americans? We would be giving them money to kill us. Like, who would do that? Now, that makes no sense. Okay, AOC running for president. I want to get to that. But before we do, let's get to Paul Begala here, longtime advisor to the Clintons. Here's Begala slamming the Democrat socialist, saying, I can't stand them. Well, Paul, I got a news flash. I know, Paul. I got a news flash. You better get used to it because they're taking your party over, dude. Lock, stock, and barrel. You got nothing. Right? You understand that? You got nothing, Paul. Nothing. Cut 4. Let's hear what Paul Begala has to say.
Saturday. Paul Begala, you have made many ads, you have seen many more ads, and you already are getting a taste of what this is going to look like. I mean, the candidates are trying to currently appeal as blandly as possible to as many people as possible, but the ad war and the outside voices are going to be incredibly nasty.
Yes. Abdul won a narrow victory, and more problematic for him, he has a narrow coalition. The socialists all say, I'm a moderate. I don't like the socialists. I can't stand them.
I just want to disclose your candor. That's great.
But they always say, the socialists, that they care about the working class and about black folk. I can tell you, black folk in the working class don't like the socialists. Abdul's got a lot of work to do. I talked this week, actually, to one very impressive Democratic black leader in Michigan. They hadn't even been contacted by Abdul yet. Like, what are you doing? By the way, I talked to a Republican strategist who said, and he promised me, that they're going to make Hassan Piker as famous as Donald Trump in that state. Hassan Piker is a controversial commentator. He's never even run a campaign for sheriff. I don't know what he's doing there. He doesn't live in Michigan. I don't understand at all why Abdul is palling around with him, because this is the guy who said we deserved it on 9/11, who said, I don't care about rapes of women by Hamas terrorists. He said terrible things. So the Republicans are going to use that relationship to attack Abdul. And it's going to be very nasty and very vicious.
Can I dig in?
Well, this is only the beginning. This is the beginning. This is what the Democrats are doing, and they have a bigger picture, and the picture is to take the party over. So I'm telling you, listen to what I'm saying, because I'm always 5 years ahead, right? You guys know that. Everything I've done is always ahead of everybody else. The Democrat socialists don't expect to win in 2026. This is why we're going to win. They don't expect to win the House, and they don't expect to win the Senate. They have written that off. They don't expect to win some of these key governorships. They have written that off. They have written off Wisconsin governorship. Okay. What they're doing is they're taking over the party. This is a longer-term strategy than whether or not Mike Johnson has a 2-seat majority. This is a longer-term strategy than whether or not John Thune has a 5-seat or 6-seat majority or 3-seat. This is a longer-term plan that the communists have to take over a party. If you think about the communist position in this country, they are a couple of cycles from taking over one of 2 major U.S. parties. Think about that. If you frame it that way, then the champagne comes out. If you frame it in the traditional sense of winning an election in 26, you get a very different outcome that goes through the copy machine, spits something else out. But if your objective is to take the party over, they're winning that objective. And if I'm them, this is a short-term defeat in 26 or 28. Like, who cares? Country will go on. You take the party over, you're in. And it's going to take a couple cycles. Look how many cycles it took us. A couple cycles. And a lot of defeats. And a lot of pain and a lot of angst. But now we're lock, stock, and barrel. Right? And over time, what's going to happen is I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with the Republican Party, right? The chairman of each party and the committeemen, the 168, is one more cycle away from being almost 100% MAGA. Almost 100%, of which I'll be one of those. Because I am going to run for committeeman and I am going to win. I don't care what it takes. Because we have to shape the Republican Party. We have to shape it going forward, and we can't let the 168 go back to the way it was post-Trump. I'm thinking, what is MAGA post-Trump? They're thinking, what is the Democrat Party post-Trump? What is the Democratic Party post-Schumer, post all of them, post-Jeffries? What is it? It's them. It's communist. And so while we're both cheering each other on, because we're looking for the short-term victory. I'm looking for the 26-28 victory, short-term, because we've already taken the party over, and the vestiges of it that we haven't are coming quickly. One cycle, they're done. They're all out. We control the party. So I'm rooting for them to control their party, because that is going to give us majorities in power in 26 and 28. Beyond that, it's a battle to the death. But I'll fight that battle in 2030. Right now, I'm cheering them on like they're cheering themselves on. I want them to take the party over, just like they wanted us to take the party over. Be careful what you wish for, right? And I wouldn't rule out victories from them down the line when they take the party over, because that is what they're doing. The Democrat Party is in complete disarray. It's corrupt. It's broke. This thing started in 2016 when they rigged the thing for Hillary Clinton. They never got out of it. Like 2020, they stole it, and everybody knows it. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. Let's get to, tell you what, let's get to John in New Jersey, and then we'll get to Hassett. Go ahead, John.
Hey, John. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Great show this morning. Yeah, there are a couple of things. First off, the one thing that they're doing online, it was exposed. It's amazing because my account now is basically just completely shadow banned on X. The Soros network is basically dumping over $100 million into the polling situation. So basically all the polls on Tallarico, how he's up, this one's up, this one's up. I mean, just everybody needs to bookmark these fraudulent polling companies. I don't even know if they're companies. They're completely fake. This is a psyop that's being played to basically discourage the base. I mean, you could see it is clear as day. But let's just, though, we all know of what they're doing, but let's just address this elephant in the room, and that is the absolute betrayal of our Senate. What are we going to do, John, with this Thune guy? First off, he doesn't respect, more importantly, he doesn't fear the president nor the MAGA voter. So, I mean, we have a major problem with this guy. We put pressure. I mean, the pressure was immense for them to stay, to get this SAVE Act. This guy could care less. Just basically walked out. This is a major problem, and this is really putting a stain on this party right now. And the president, I mean, his numbers aren't really that good right now in terms of his approval with Iran, which you addressed before. I completely and totally agree with you. That thing, we should have started hitting the electrical power plants and the water facilities back in March, April. This thing would have been over by May. So that's where it's going to end up going anyway. You know, rule number one, common sense, you don't negotiate with terrorists. But the bottom line is to get back to Thune, we're going to have to do something here. The president has to address this. This is like a major drag on the party, and we need something to motivate us at this point. So I just was curious about your opinion on that, because obviously, I mean, you know, unless you got your head up your caboose, you know, this is a glaring, you know, 5-alarm problem we have at this point.
I don't know. I mean, you've addressed a lot of things. What exactly do you want me to address? Thune?
I'm yeah, I know. There's a few things going on. Let's just stick with the. I apologize for that. Let's just stick with the Thune problem. That's my major concern at this point, because that's basically flooding in to our these are base elections.
Thune won.
Yes.
Clock ran out. Buzzer went off. Thune won. Now we got to win the next game. Thune won. We're not going to get a save back. Not going to happen. Thune won. Scourge on America. Right? Now, could Trump have done more? Sure. What should he have done? Had a press conference on the Capitol and called for him being ousted a month ago. He didn't do it. He ran around talking about my friend John Thune. He's doing a good job. So what do you expect? I mean, you don't go to a firefight with a slingshot. Thune's my friend. Thune's a nice guy. I really like him. Okay, well, this is the result of it. Vacations. Had he gone in there and had a press conference on the steps of the Capitol and said, I'm now calling on John Thune to resign. He's not capable for this job. He's not capable of leading the party in the Senate. And I want to vote. And I'm backing, I don't know, Rick Scott, Mike Lee. Pick one. I don't care if you lose. See, the White House staff wouldn't let him do it because they were afraid Thune would win and he'd look bad. I say roll the dice. I say take the risk. I say take the shot, because the alternative is you get nothing. This thing was never going to.
You got nothing to lose.
This thing was never going to pass. He never had the votes. He never wanted to get the votes. He never did anything. And then he blamed the White House political team. Then he blamed Trump. Well, you have a phone. Call them up. No, you're the leader. Jackass, loser, rhino, spineless jellyfish weasel. You're the friggin' leader. Why are you leader? Go away. Resign. That's what he should have done. He didn't do it. Now, you know, President Trump's a nice guy, and at the end of the day, he's trying to accommodate, trying to, you know, work with Thune, work with Iran. You can't work with these people. Out. Now, one of my clips went viral when, before the Todd Blanche vote, I said that Susan Collins voted no because she knew that Todd Blanche had the votes. I said she knew that Todd Blanche had 50 votes. John, how many votes did Blanche get? 50.
50 votes.
Yeah. See, I've been in this game too long, right? And why did Collins do that? She did it to get votes in Maine to win that seat, and I'm all for it. But once, see, everybody said, oh my God, Collins is not going to back Blanche. Blanche could lose. I said the opposite. Collins backing Blanche assures Blanche has got the votes. Otherwise, she wouldn't vote no. Oh, she's never going to cross us to that extent. She never does. She's always there. So that was a show vote. When everybody thought, oh, Collins bailed on Blanche, Blanche is done, I said the exact opposite. Collins bailed on Blanche means Blanche is going to be confirmed. I mean, it doesn't take rocket science after me doing this so long to figure this stuff out. Okay? So, look, the Iranian thing, John, open the payloads. And stop telling me you're going to bomb them. I mean, that's the other thing that's really grating me. Stop telling me I'm going to bomb them Tuesday at 10 p.m. Just do it. I just want to get up one day and see complete rubble. That's what I want to see.
100%.
Right, John?
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree with you more. I don't want to hear about deals. I want to wake up. I want the president at the podium saying after multiple negotiations, we were unable to reach a deal. This is our alternative, move in terms of how we're going to deal with this situation at this point. Yeah. I don't want to hear about how they're going to be destroyed. What is the point of that? Makes them look like a fool. Nobody's taking them serious anymore.
It looks like we're looking ridiculous. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Oh, they're desperate for a deal. I'm not going to do it. Just do it. Just do it. And then when it's in the middle of getting done and you see the bridges collapsing and the infrastructure gone and there's no energy and the lights are out and they don't have any money and people are like in disarray and the country's collapsing, then you come on TV and say, we're going to continue to do what we have to do. Thanks, everybody. Have a nice night. That's it. Done. That's what I'm for. I've done a 180 on this. 180.
100%.
Logically, what he's doing doesn't make any sense. Oh, they're desperate for a deal. No, they're not. They don't care if they all die. They're not desperate for anything.
So here's the deal, John. Trump, they used to fear him because he was unpredictable. He's predictable now. He basically tells you he's going to do something, and then he never does it. And it's really affecting his popularity, and it's making him look like a fool.
All right, let's bring Dave in. I got 2 minutes. Dave from Arizona wants to jump in on the convo. Go ahead, Dave.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Godzilla. So, I have a little different take on this. President Trump, for me, is the great disruptor, and history proves daily only disruptors are consequential. I mean, if you look back in our history, General Washington, General Jackson, President Abraham Lincoln, right? The great disruptors. Reagan was to some degree, but nobody like President Trump. So I think he's still got an ace to play, and he needs to take his running mate and say, you know what? Really, really excited that leaderless John Thune gavelled out and they went to recess, except it's really not a recess because somebody's going to gavel in every 3 days to prevent you from ever having a recess appointment in year 6 of your presidency. So you know what? Senate President, march yourself over there and gavel in.
Dave, you've said this multiple times. What was your beef with what John said?
Well, that's the only way to fix this. It just is what it is, and it's only political capital if you use it. And the thing with Iran, it's all related. It's all inextricably linked. This 30-front war. He needs to just leave Iran. He needs to leave the Middle East forever, and he can't bomb them into oblivion, into the Stone Ages. They already live in the Stone Ages. And all he's going to do by bombing them and bombing their infrastructure is light the Middle East on fire and exacerbate this worldwide depression that we're already in when 20%, 40% of the oil reserves for the world cannot be taken out. Because at this point, we can't defend Jordan or Egypt or Saudi Arabia. And I don't think we should, but we can't. And that's what
John, I'll give you the final word. John, I'll give you the final word on Dave's alternative position.
I mean, listen, he's got some great points. The thing is we have action. Do something. Or, at worst case scenario, just give us an inkling of what our direction is. We have absolutely no idea what the plan is in Iran. That's the problem. So I agree. You have two alternatives. I'd rather not bomb them, but then you have to just take the L and leave, and we have to all go on with our lives.
Ken,
the bottom line is
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. This is something you can't take the L. You can't take it. You gotta get a W. You gotta call a timeout and drive the ball down the field and jam it in the end zone and win the game. And you do that by bombing them, taking them out, collapsing that whole thing. taking Cargill and taking control of the Straits and tell them to go pound sand. John Fredericks Media Network. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, John. Gotta go. Be right back.
With multi-storey and private residential buildings, vehicles and non-residential premises damaged. Meanwhile, a Ukrainian drone attack on Monday on a Russian city has killed around 12 people and wounded dozens. Authorities in the Tatarstan region say Ukraine has targeted Russian oil facilities with long-range drones almost daily in recent months. The barrage causing fuel shortages in Russia, eating into Russian refining capacity and unsettling the Russian public. I'm Charles Dillivez.
Leftist candidates for governor in Wisconsin, U.S. Senate in Minnesota, making their final pushes ahead of tomorrow's primaries. Republican Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania.
I thought the idea of socialism and communism was in the dustbin of history, and sadly, it's finding new traction. And if that were to lead our country in the White House, in the majority in the House or the Senate, I think it'd be a disaster.
Senator McCormick speaking with the Salem Radio Network. Wildfires have forced more than 20,000 people to run for their lives in Western Canada. They've had to evacuate their homes. One evacuee says, no words to express the fear you feel when you see a wall of flames racing in your direction. Wall Street, the Dow futures down 60 points. Townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Alleged Irish mob boss Daniel Kinahan has been extradited to Ireland from Dubai.
He was arrested there in April. Authorities accuse him of being the leader of an Irish organized crime gang running an international drug smuggling and money laundering empire with tentacles stretching far and wide. The U.S. had been offering up to $5 million for his capture. The Department of State accuses Kinahan and his brother of taking over the illegal operation from their father, who they say started it in the 90s. Daniel Kinahan has denied being an organized crime boss. I'm Julie Walker.
European consumers can expect natural gas from Cyprus to help meet their energy needs by March of 2028. That's the word from Cyprus's energy minister. The East Mediterranean is becoming an alternative energy source for Europe, as Russia's war in Ukraine, as well as the upheaval in the Middle East, push Europe to find new sources. News and analysis, townhall.com. Sun and surf, they're part of the American summertime experience, with this public health alert about a flesh-eating bacteria is putting a damper on things, at least for those who just can't resist diving into the surf.
Louisiana has confirmed 9 cases so far this year of Vibrio vulnificus, which is found in warm coastal waters. All were hospitalized and 5 died. The numbers are above average. Vibrio bacteria thrive in warm seawater, especially in the brackish mix of fresh and salt water found in estuaries and lagoons. The CDC says Vibrio vulnificus is the most deadly Vibrio bacteria, killing as many as 1 in 5 people infected. John Scott reporting.
Europe's climate agency says this summer's Western Europe heat wave is one for the record books. The weather watchers say the heat has shattered a 2022 average high temperature record for the period June through July. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Hey, great to have you. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for joining us today. Well, my weight loss program, Rock and Roll, lost another pound over the weekend. Why do I do it? Because I have lean. This thing is unbelievable, man. You need to try it. I'm telling you. Just go to takelean.com, takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, 20% off. Does three things: curbs your appetite, boom. Increases your energy, boom. That means you burn more calories, right? And then it's also got the vitamins in it to support your metabolism. So it's all there. I take 3 of these a day when I get up. Just open up the jar, take 3 of them, big glass of water, right? 1 bottle, what is it, 8-ounce bottle of water, down that, you're good to go. And I've gotten great results. I'm entering now This is going to be week 3. My full week 3. I've been on it 2 weeks. I lost 3 pounds. So I think that's pretty good. I like a pound a week because I know it's sustainable. This thing, it targets appetite and fat loss. There's no shot. And I'm a believer. Now, if you want to lose 2 pounds for a wedding, just don't do that. Just go on the treadmill for two days and sweat it off. Get out some water weight. You're serious about losing weight. Like, I want to get to 225. So I got 20 pounds to go, right? Now I'm 240. I need to get 220. So I'm 20 to go. I started this thing at 243. So I got 20 to go. It's going to take me a year, but I don't care because you know what? I'm in this for the long term. So a couple, pound a week, pound and a half a week, you're good to go. But it's easy to do and it's affordable. And I can get you 20% off. You can scan it right now. Just go to takelean.com, takelean.com. Dan, check this out. Everybody, if you want to lose weight and feel better, check this out. I'm on it and I love it. Takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, and you've got 20% off and you are good to go. Okay, joining me now, Scott Vanderdussen. And on Saturday, July 25, a wave at Seabright Beach in Santa Cruz swept the 10-year-old boy off the sand and out into the surf. And it was about 200 yards up the beach with a camera. This is Scott, was about 200 yards up the beach. Tell us what happened, Scott, and how you saved this young boy.
Hey, John, thanks for having me on. Good morning. This was a couple weeks ago on the 25th. It's a video that's since gone viral. It's got a lot of media attention here domestically and abroad. I was on the beach. I live right here on Seabright Beach in Santa Cruz, California. I'm a hobby photographer, so I always carry my camera with me. And on this particular day, the surf was really high, but it comes in cycles. So the water will be relatively calm for 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll get this cycle of big waves. And that's exactly what happened. Huge wave came in, maybe 10, 12 feet, sneaker wave. And when I heard that wave crashing on the ocean, I looked out and I saw this young boy getting dragged back into the ocean. I could just see his head getting pulled back out. I was right next to a lifeguard tower. So both me and another gentleman who saw the situation ran up and we alerted that tower. The lifeguard hadn't seen it. He radioed into a closer tower and told us that tower was already responding to the incident. And I looked out. We're about 200 yards away. We could see the lifeguard running into the water, huge waves, and he just fearlessly charged in. That's when I turned my camera on and began recording the rescue. We saw Ryder, who was the lifeguard, jump in. He grabbed the young boy and began to pull him back and prevented him from going further into the ocean. It was a very dramatic scene as the waves are just relentlessly crashing upon him, but ultimately successful.
Well, good. Well, listen, I'm glad you caught that on camera, and certainly, many of our lifeguards out there, people don't really think about it. They think about their tans and their working out, male or female, and how they look sitting up on that big thing until you need them, right? And then they're very well trained. And so obviously, had you guys not alerted the tower, that young boy might have died.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that saw it at once. And fortunately, the lifeguard who did respond was vigilant already on the situation. And that's the reason I posted the video. We want to see people come out and enjoy the ocean, have a good time, but we want to see them go home. And learning about water safety is a huge part of this. The other part is that respect and admiration for what those men and women in the towers do for us. And as you said, John, it's so easy to walk by and not really give a whole lot of consideration to how important that job is.
Well, being the job of a lifeguard, it's called the lifeguard for a reason. You're guarding a life, right? That's why they came up with the name. And these guys are fearless, as you said, charge into the water, damn the torpedoes, basically, to save that boy. Now, you're an activist in water preservation to a certain extent. Can you give us some insight on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So our lifeguards here in Santa Cruz, as most coastal communities, start quite young. Uh, we see the junior guards out there around age 7 or 8, beginning to train for lifeguards. By the time they are like this particular one featured in the video, 16 years old, they're up in the towers. And what they're dealing with is life and death situations. As you see the video, it's touch and go the whole time. I think that's why it's a bit nail biting, is you just don't know how it's going to turn out. And as lifeguards, unfortunately, they are not recognized as first responders. House Resolution 1188 is the first step that we would take to change that. If a tragedy had unfolded there and the young 10-year-old victim had perished, the counseling and therapeutic help, the crisis management that as a country we decided first responders need, such as firefighters or police officers or EMT, that's not available for our lifeguards. And House Resolution 1188 makes the first step to change that and classify them as first responders.
How do people get access to your video? Where do they find it?
Yeah, it's been covered by all the major networks. The original is on my Instagram, which is Santa Cruz Now. But YouTube or Google search, just Seabright Water Rescue will lead you to a lot of good coverage of that.
Good. And do you have a sponsor for your House bill?
Yeah, Congressman Smith is the author of it.
From New Jersey?
Correct. Yes.
He's a good guy.
Yeah. So I've contacted his office to see if we could collaborate together. And I've been working with a lot of lifeguards.
What made you contact Chris?
Yeah, I want to be able to use the media platform. I've done over 45 interviews domestically.
There's
and
there's 435 congressmen. Why'd you call Chris Smith?
Oh, I saw that he was the author of it, of the bill supporting it. Yeah.
Got it.
Want to be able to support that and use this as a positive thing.
Good. Well, look, appreciate what you've done. Joe Morrissey said he knows you. He used to be a state senator in Virginia. Now he's running for city council of Petersburg, which is neat. What is the tie in to Joe Morrissey?
Oh, I spent some time in Virginia and came across him that way. Just excellent gentleman, and really appreciate his expertise, and a very persuasive man. And yeah, we connected that way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a great guy. We may have some different political perspectives, but just a really fabulous guy.
Well, Scott, let me thank you for what you did. Thank you for getting behind that bill. And I tell you what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to call Chris Smith's office and see if I can get him on to talk about it. That was House Bill. What is it?
1188.
All right. I owe Smith a call anyway. Let me call him up and see if we can get him on and talk about that. Hey, Scott, thank you for your time. People want to follow you.
My pleasure.
Here they go.
Take care, John.
All right. Thank you. All right. Quick word from our sponsors. I'll be right back. Stay with us.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
It's great to have you back. Got the fake news out there. Got fake polls, fake news going now. A lot of polls out there. You're going to get barraged with the phony polls that are pushing a narrative. They're going to tell you Tirico is winning in Texas. He's up by 5, that there's a blue wave, that Texas is going blue, that Abbott is going to lose, that they're going to gain 5 the 5 seats that they gerrymandered. They're going to lose those all. Blah 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 blah. You know what's going to happen there? We're going to have a sweeping victory. Tirico is going to get crushed. Okay, Paxton's the next senator, and they're going to gain seats. 5. Okay, it's just nonsense. Because you got fake polls with a fake narrative, with the fake news. And you got to cut through them. Now, somebody texted me and said, well, what are the polls I can trust? Well, they're now getting far and few between. Rasmussen, Stephanie Bohaya, Heritage Foundation. She doesn't do a lot, but when she does them, they're real. That's my pollster. Guess to a certain extent, Insider Advantage, Matt Towery, I would put up in there. Probably the best is right now is Matt Towery, Insider Advantage. He's trying to retire. We're not letting him retire. And McLaughlin. I mean, you get Rasmussen, McLaughlin, Stephanie Bohaya, and Matt Towery, Insider Advantage. That's it. There's a lot of others out there. It's just nonsense. Look, there's a lot of these guys are now paid to push a narrative. Like they're paid to say, hey, I want the poll to say X, and then the poll magically says X. And I'm not going to call anybody out, but you know who they are. And some of them are on our side. It goes back to what we say about clickbaiters. When your business model, I don't care what it is, when it is based on clickbait and feeding the beast, truth and clarity goes by the wayside because money takes over. And I'm telling you, in media, for me and our vision, truth and clarity is the next currency. Because we had 21 million viewers in June. How did we get that? This little company. Because people know that they're going to get on here and they're going to get the truth. And it's going to be clear and it's going to be concise. And we're going to cut through it. And where we, struggled for a long time because it didn't sell, truth doesn't sell, now it's making a comeback. And we're the ones doing it. Fox News, TV for stupid people. You know it and I know it. We're cutting edge. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Dr. Thorpe coming up after the break. Kevin Hastert yesterday. Here's the other thing you're going to hear. Everybody's dying. Everybody's starving on the street. The economy's a disaster. Nobody has a job. Unemployment's everybody, the riots are starting. There's no food. That's what the Democrat pollsters are going to tell you over and over and over. But then you get to reality. And yes, prices have to come down. Jobs have to go up. Wages are going up. Housing is going up. All the things that we want to do are pointing in the right direction. And that's why I'm so optimistic about the midterms. Let's get to Kevin Hastert here, cut 15, talking about the economy. Roll it.
Prices right around the corner.
How do you square you saying just now we still have a lot of work to do with you saying that we are living in the greatest economy in your lifetime?
Right. Well, okay, so people are losing their jobs at the lowest level since World War II. Losing your job is a really bad thing to happen to somebody. And the labor force is way bigger than it was back then, so that's a remarkable piece of data. Keynes argued that the business cycle is being driven by investment fluctuations. We've got capital investment in the U.S. about the highest I've ever seen. And so we've got all the cyclical things that we normally look at saying that this is an economy that's in liftoff stage. And so, yeah, I stand by it. I think the other thing is with AI, we've got lots of estimates that say that productivity growth is around 2.5% right now, which is sort of core growth rate you should have in a typical year going forward, even before you spend money on new machines and new workers.
Kevin Hastert, thank you so much. Always appreciate you coming on.
Great to be here.
Coming up next, President.
All right, let's get a little more of Hastert. Always in a good mood, always smiling. That's one of the things I love about the guy. Let's get to cut 16, where Hastert gets a little more detailed here. Roll it.
All right.
That's kind of impressive.
The numbers released on Friday show that wage growth is not keeping up with inflation. Average hourly earnings barely rose from June. Inflation is at 3.5%. That's above the central bank's target of 2%. A CNN poll a few months ago found that 61% of Americans have said that they had to cut back on groceries. Is that not a problem?
Well, it sure is a problem. Grocery prices are way too high. It started out when we basically printed money and helicopter dropped into the U.S. and created a 20% inflation in the past. I go to the grocery store, I do the shopping, and I keep an eye on prices every week, and there's stuff like the price of beef that's still really, really high and very problematic for people. The thing is that you mentioned the 1 month number, that if you aggregate over the Trump term, that again, the typical overall worker is making $1,000 more after adjusting for inflation, and $3,000 or $4,000 more if they're in a blue-collar job. And so those people have more money for groceries, but grocery prices are still high, and we've still got a lot of work to do. Now, one of the things that we've been doing is that we've been taking steps to address these issues. So we started out with avian flu, and everybody was talking about egg prices. Egg prices are really low right now. And we just have this massive effort by Brooke Rollins to address this pest that's coming in and made it so we had to shut the border to Mexico so that the pest wouldn't spread all over the U.S. And we just reopened the border for Mexico. So there should be good news on beef prices right around the border.
How do you square you saying just now we still have a lot of work to do with you saying that we are living?
Okay, final one. Hastert, go.
The lights go on in those factories.
It's not me that's saying that those higher tariffs that those costs were passed on to consumers. It's the Fed in a recent report that I'm sure you've read. But let's talk about gas prices. They're high because the Strait of Hormuz is still closed because of the war in Iran and Iran taking the Strait hostage. A month ago, you said that you were, quote, bullish, that there's going to be a heck of a lot of traffic moving through every single day, unquote, and that you expect that this will, quote, cruise to normalcy sometime really, really soon, unquote. No, that is not the case right now, and Iran most recently has delivered this set of demands that must be met to open the strait, and that set of demands includes the lifting of the naval blockade and sanctions, war reparations, the release of frozen Iranian assets, an end to attacks on Iran's allies. So I guess I just don't know when really, really soon is.
Well, it's happening already, Jake. And first of all, I don't negotiate with the Iranians, and I don't think I'd be very good at it. But the fact is that right in the peak of the conflict early on, you saw that oil prices were going way north of $100 a barrel. Right now, they were like high 70s late in the week. I think they're running about 80 over the weekend. And so the reason oil prices have come down is that our excellent U.S. Navy has been escorting ships out of the Gulf. But also, we've taken a whole number of steps, including increasing production in the U.S., waiving the Jones Act, so that right now 100 million barrels of Gulf of America produced oil are now shipped into the East and West Coast because we waived the Jones Act. That's put downward pressure on prices. Now, prices are still higher than we would like, but we've taken a lot of steps so that when the Gulf situation is resolved, then we can expect prices to go way, way down because of all these new measures that we've taken.
Yeah, well, it's going to get resolved when you bomb them into oblivion and you take Carg Island and you take control of the strait, and then the ships get through. And if they try to stop a ship, you bomb them again until they're all dead. You sink every ship they have. You blow up every missile. You kill every person in the military. You do what you got to take. You do what you got to do. You strafe bomb. Look, I'm not a military expert, but like there's no negotiation here. And so the continual talk about some kind of negotiation, forget it. Waste of our time. Oh, they're desperate to make a deal. No, they're not. No, they're desperate to get to the midterms and see the Democrats win and cut funding. That's what they're desperate for. And so, to me, this whole thing makes no sense now. There is no MOU, and it doesn't matter whatever it is. I mean, look at their demands. They're ridiculous. $100 billion a year, reparations, this, that, no sanctions, no this, unfreeze. We're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. Zero. Zip. Now, the fake news is out there saying, oh, look at their demands. Trump is going to fold. No, he's not. Just because somebody makes a demand doesn't mean you're not going to do it. I put a station up for sale for, $1 million. Somebody offers me $250. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it. Or I make an inquiry about a station and they price it $1 million. I'm not going to pay that. I offer them $375. You negotiate. You're not close. Can't buy it. Can't sell it. That people can ask for anything they want. Doesn't mean you're going to do it. So, you know what? Nonsense. The whole thing is nonsense. And I'm here to call it out for you every day. Right? Okay. We got Dr. Thorpe coming up. The Wellness Company. Looking forward to that. Plus your calls. He loves to take your calls. 888-480-JOHN. 888-480-5646. You, my friends, are on the John Fredericks Media Network. And I'm going to be right back. Got some announcements coming up. We got changes coming. Change is good. If you're not changing, if you're not growing, you're dying. Can't stay put. If you're not growing, you're dying. We'll be right back.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and he does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed his blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications, because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Back here live at the Waterfront Village with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're great zombie.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
It's great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Hey, Dr. Thorpe coming up. Loving to get Dr. Thorpe on because he rocks and rolls. Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Health at the Wellness Company, which, of course, my favorite company of all companies ever, because we got our medical kit. We're now ordering vitamins off them. It's one of the best things out there. But it's good to have you guys with us, and it's good to have Dr. Thorpe coming up. Let's make some changes and announcements. Okay, Dan, shall we go ahead and do that? We got changes. Now, starting last week, it debuted now every day, 6 to 7 p.m. on the John Fredericks Media Network. It was called Past the Wire Sports. After a week, we changed the name and rebranded it to Game On America. So same cast of characters, but Game On America, hosted by Frank Zaccanelli, former owner of the Dallas Mavericks and former president GM of the Dallas Mavericks. By the way, good friend of Don Nelson, who just passed on Sunday. And our heart goes out to Don and his family, those that followed him. You know, it was interesting, Dan, most of the feedback that I was getting from our team on Godzilla and from WVSN and everything was about, and from Frank, was about what a great coach he was. And you know, watching him coach, and he coached Dallas and Golden State and things of that nature way back in the day. But I remember him as a player with the Boston Celtics. So, I mean, that shows you how old I am. I remember watching him play when my father once in a while would take me to the Garden, the old Garden, to see the Knicks with, I guess, Willis Reed back then and Walt Frazier, Clyde. And he played for the Celtics. So I remember him as a player, was very good. So, but R.I.P. Don Nelson, great player, great coach, great all-around guy, and a very close friend of Frank Zaccanelli. So I know Frank is in the morning now with his wife. So tough day for those that follow Don, and sure he's in heaven now. Got James Thorpe coming up, and it's great to have everybody with us. A couple other changes coming on. Wendy Bell Live. Fasten your seatbelts, Danny. Lace them up and lace them tight. 1 week from today, August 17th, 10 to noon, Wendy Bell Live hits the John Fredericks Media Network. And, you know, she was on a long time in Pittsburgh. She got fired over COVID. And then she kind of did a, podcast thing and an internet thing. But now we got her back live on the radio. And that's going to be starting 1 week from today, 10 to noon a.m. Michael Patrick Leahy moving from 10 to noon until 3 to 5 Eastern, 2 to 4 Central, obviously. But Leahy will move there. And then, of course, in the first week in September or thereabouts, we don't know exactly when the FCC signs off on it, but I'm hoping early in September, based on historical trends, we should get their approval, and then we will take over WAKM AM 950, and that is in Williamson County, based in Franklin. We'll combine that with our Nashville station, WENO AM 760, The Flame. And we're going to be a blowtorch in Middle Tennessee, Dan. So we're looking forward to that. Should be fun, and we should be getting that approval. We think probably around the first week of the month. Could be middle of September, could be end of September. Basically, what is on the FCC schedule. But if you look at a station that size, that's kind of what we're tracking it. So it's all good. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in, 888-480-5646. Dan, is that all the changes? Do we have anything else? Have I covered it all?
I think that's basically
Oh, we got
everything.
another big one, Danny. Oh, I forgot the biggest one of all the big changes, the biggest one ever. And that is the West Virginia University pregame football show, baby. This thing is going to rock your world now. It's 2 hours before every single West Virginia University home football game. This is our pregame show. It's called the Mountaineer Tailgate, hosted by Mitch Rogers from the press box to the parking lot. And it debuts on August 28th, which is not before a WVU game, but before the first Big Ten game with Texas Christian. And then every Saturday after that, 2 hours exactly before every West Virginia University game. You're going to love this show. This is the people's show. This is not the suits up in the press box and, they tape it on Wednesday and everything is buttoned down and, it's, Tony McCraney and all that nice stuff and, good luck to them. No, this is the people's show. This is right in the parking lot, right in the tailgate. We'll have our bus there. I mean, this is from the press box to the parking lot. You're going to love this show. The people's perspective. It's the fan show. We're going to have former players. It's just going to be a blast. I think the first week it's also going to be co-hosted by State Senator Chris Rose. We got Pac-Man Jones is coming on. I heard the first week. This is going to be a blast. So
wow.
It's going to be so much fun. We got Pac-Man coming on, and then we're going to go from there. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. And that's going to be, now you can get that obviously on all of our West Virginia University radio stations. You can also get it on WB The Torch. So it's not going to be played nationally, obviously, because if you're in Nashville, the West Virginia pregame show has no relevance to you. The volunteer pregame show does. So we'll be playing that. But it'll be played in West Virginia and also on WV The Torch. If you really want to hear it and you're a WVU fan, you can get it on WV The Torch. Just download the app, WV The Torch, and you're good to go. Final thing, about 2 weeks, I think, maybe next week or the week after, our TV channel app debuts, where you'll be able to download jfmn.tv. It's about 2 weeks away, I think. You'll be able to download that to your Google Play if you have an Android or Apple or your Apple device. And when you click on jfmn.tv, you click on it. And we are live. Our TV channel will be live 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday. And then we'll go from there. So our TV network expanding to 13 hours a day. And you'll have an app. You can just hit it. Dan, that's going to be exciting. You can send that to all your friends, Dan.
These are some. I mean, this network is on the rise, man. I'm excited for that pregame show. You couldn't have a better host than Mitch. Mitch is just so great and infectious energy, infectious attitude. He's an alum, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. So
he's an alum.
He's invested in it. I mean, we're gonna have a great time with that. And
we're gonna have guests on. We're gonna have call-ins.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a people's pregame. It's a fans pregame show. I mean, the only thing missing is the beer at the tailgate party. That's it, because they can have the beer after the show's over. But other than that, it's got it all. And look, we have to compete with the with the suits and the press box and their tape and West Virginia radio, and they're the big guy. And yay, they got millions of dollars. Yay. But then there's little old us out there talking to fans. I'll take us. I'll bet on us any day, Dan. Any day of the week, I'll bet us over those guys. So very excited about it. And, we're rocking and rolling. Let's bring in our good friend, Dr. James Thorpe. Dr. Thorpe, thank you for your patience. Great to have you with us, sir.
John and Dan, thanks for having me back. And wow, you got a lot of changes. You and Dan are just expanding your channel. And this pregame show sounds so fun. I love football, and we're coming up to that part of the season. I'm not a really huge NBA or WNBA fan. But listen, I might buy season tickets if this Ennis Carter, when he gets Ennis Cantor, when he gets into the WNBA, it's going to be phenomenal.
Not only that, also Royce White has declared for the WNBA draft. He says he's now in touch with his feminine side, and he's decided to be transgender, and he would expect the same respect that all transgender males get transitioning to females. And she said he was shocked by the hate that he was getting. He said, I thought this was about love and compassion, and all I'm getting is hate. Now, I want to be a woman too. So we'll have to see what happens. I understand the commissioner, who's a complete clown. They're having an emergency meeting today of the WNBA. Get this, guys, to to clarify what constitutes as a woman. They have to have a meeting on this to clarify.
My attorney counsel says they're between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, that's bad.
I'm buying season tickets, man.
I don't know what they're going to do because these guys boxed them in, Dr. Thorpe. These Cantor and White boxed them in. It's like if you're going to say that transgender men transitioning to women can play in the WNBA, and that's fine. If you're going to say that's fine and they can play in women's athletics, then you got to let them in. Otherwise, it's the height of hypocrisy. Then you're basically just choosing who you think is legit transgender and who's not, and there's no science on that.
Exactly. John, and this is near and dear to my heart. This is a topic because you know as well as I do, the progressive liberals, it's infiltrated the healthcare system. It's infiltrated the government, even the military before the current administration got in place. But it's infiltrated my organizations, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology, the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine. They're all pushing this transgender cult ideology that is totally anti-God, totally anti-Bible. It's totally anti-American. It's anti-science. So, I'm really surprised that the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists haven't weighed in. We're not allowed to talk about pregnant women anymore. It's got to be pregnant people, right? No, I'm serious. And in medical journals that are owned by those organizations, I can't submit an article that says pregnant woman. No, it's X'd out and it's changed to pregnant people, or I don't publish in their journals.
Unbelievable. I don't know how you guys stand it in there. This science. Remember they used to say, oh, we're all denying the science. These are just science deniers. Like they just make up stuff. All right, I got to get to this parasite outbreak. I can't say the word cyclopsia. What is it?
Cyclosporidia.
Cyclosporidia. I call it the Taco Bell disease, but this thing is really bad. And now they say that it has spread to jalapenos, and we thought it would die out. It's only getting bigger and bigger. And I know one person that has it who's told me, and he didn't have the medical emergency kit, which I told him to get. It was too late. He told me that he had the worst, most painful diarrhea. He was in his 60s in his life. He said it was the cramps in your stomach. And he said you couldn't walk 2 feet without having to go to the bathroom, and it just pours out water. And he said it's painful. And he said it took him 3 weeks to get over it. He couldn't go to work. And I'm like, well, if you had your medical kit, you would have been over this in 36 hours. So now he's got one, but it's too late. What is going on with this thing?
Yeah, you bring up some really important issues here. If you believe the CDC and FDA anymore, and I don't know how anybody can trust anything they say anymore after what our country and nation has been told the truth about what they've done over the last 3 months, especially with Fauci and such. But if you believe them, the CDC and FDA have isolated, they have, according to them, the source of this outbreak is from iceberg lettuce from Taylor Farm de Mexico. So Now, it has really risen. It's in 27 states. Nationally, they're reporting like over 5,000 cases. But interestingly, the most recent statistics from Michigan, my home state, although I live in Florida, I'm originally from Michigan. They're talking about north of 12,000 cases, 12,458 to be exact, to date. And they're talking about 2 deaths. Now, usually cyclosporidia does not cause deaths, but in individuals that have other compromising medical conditions, as you just mentioned, yeah, you throw cyclosporidia on top of it and severe diarrhea, that can be a lethal combo, especially if you don't address it early. As you pointed out, it's been a golden rule in medicine that the earlier you treat a disease, the better outcome you have. And this is exactly why it's so important for all Americans to be prepared. And the best way to be prepared is to have these medications at home, not be dependent upon our corrupted, dilapidated healthcare system, going to the emergency room, waiting 12 hours, and so this is very, very important.
I just want to point this out because I want you to walk our audience through this before I get short on time. This is my medical emergency kit. I've got several of them. In fact, I've got to replenish it. Let me just write that down because Ann was on me this weekend about it. So we've got several of these. Walk our audience through. If they get the symptoms of this parasite, which is really bad and it's spreading, if they see the symptoms and they have a medical emergency kit and they open it up, walk our audience through exactly what they do in order to get ahead of it.
Yeah, this medical kit, very, very important for every single American family to have at least one in the house. And it is comprised of 8 potentially life-saving prescription medications, including Suptra DS. So if you think you have cyclosporidia, obviously, if you have the kit, you've been in contact with a doctor, you come down with the symptoms, and you're not allergic to anything. Of course, you've already gone through this with a doctor that prescribed the kit, then you would start Suptra double strength, Suptra DS, also known as Bactrim, twice a day. And the sooner you start it, the better. You make sure you're not allergic to it. And it's right in the kit. Otherwise, you're looking at like your friend that had the worst case of diarrhea he's ever had in his life. It takes, as it progresses in the disease process, it becomes more difficult, and the response is quite a bit more delayed than treatment earlier on. And it can be very, very serious, as you mentioned, explosive diarrhea, severe bowel cramping, among other symptoms.
And so if you take what you recommended when you feel the symptoms come on, let's say it's the second day, how is it going to change the time frame of recovery, which is now some people saying about a month, 3 weeks to a month. Sometimes they go on for 2 months, but the average seems to be about a month. How does that track that down?
Great question. That data is not available to my knowledge. I haven't seen it if it is. But what I can tell you is that if you start it, if you think you have exposure, I would start it immediately. And I would guess that you might even abort the disease. In other words, you might knock it off before it gets a significant step, hold, or capture of your gut and starts replicating. So, my guess is that it could be something that might be over with in just mild symptoms in a few days rather than a few weeks. And the other issue that you bring up is, or that should be brought up, is that if you go to the emergency room and you order all the testing, some of the test results take a week or two. So most of these cases are being treated empirically, meaning they're being treated without a diagnostic test, which is reasonable to do. That's what most doctors are doing. So, these reported cases are probably just the tip of the iceberg because, like, for example, the 3 people that I know that contracted it, they were working over at my house, and 3 of them, and they contracted it. Well, their doctors just treated them. They didn't even do any diagnostic testing.
This is the key, is being prepared and getting in front of this stuff. And why suffer? And I've said this, that is a virus, flu, whatever it is. Why suffer for weeks when you can suffer for a day or two and just get rid of it or not suffer at all? Like, it just makes no sense. And I'm just telling everybody out there listening to me, Ann and I and our family is such a believer in this. So is many of the people I've turned on with, because it is the new way to do medicine. You get this. These are all prescription drugs. You get a guidebook. You feel the symptoms come on. You open it up. You read it. You take what it recommends. If you need to go on a doctor FaceTime with the wellness company just to be sure, we've done that many times. You can do that. But the bottom line is you're taking control of your own health, and you don't have to be sick. I mean, it is now, let's take 2026, right? I've not missed a day of work. I'm 68. I've not missed one day.
You look great.
That doesn't mean I don't get sick. That doesn't mean I don't feel this stuff coming on. But I open up this baby immediately. I read that guidebook, or I go online. I FaceTime my doctor assigned to me. They get back to me in 15, 20, 30 minutes. I tell them what's going on. Do this, do that. And then you don't get sick because you're ahead of the game. And everything is in here at my fingertips. I'm not going to the drugstore. I don't have to order anything. I don't get a prescription. I don't have to go file. I just take it. And then Ann does the same thing. Therefore, here it is, the end of July, August, 7 months in, I haven't missed a day. It's not only not missing a day, it's I haven't been sick, because when I feel it coming on, I've got something to take care of it. And so why waste your time sick? At 68 years old, I got so many days left, right?
Exactly.
I got so many days. Why am I going to spend days in bed suffering? Like, why would I do that?
That's right. And your point is so well taken. And you mentioned that you need some refills. The refills of any of those individual medications is very quick and easy and cheap. It depending on what plan you have, they might be free. I'm not for sure. The other, I think really important point is that the wellness company, I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for everybody, the founder, Foster Colson, the CEO, Peter Gillooly, and all of the board, all 5 of us, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Kelly Victory, Dr. Harvey Reish, and then Dr. Drew Pinsky, myself, we feel that it is a moral and ethical imperative of the wellness company to bypass this corrupted, stagnant healthcare system that really enriches themselves by keeping people sick. You go to an emergency room, urgent care, doctor's office, you spend a lot of money. It takes forever to get in, and all they do is really push medications on you. Very difficult to get into. What we found, we also have an academic imperative to show the product and what the outcome is. And guess what? We've done that. We've published the outcome in a peer-reviewed medical journal.
That's the thing. You've got the receipts now. Now you've got the receipts. And so I urge everybody, go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Order your medical emergency kit today. They've got the receipts. They've done the studies. And they got people like me that live by it and their families. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Do it today, because you don't need it until you need it, and then you don't have it and you need it. So do it today. Again, twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. As always, we're going to be right back on the John Fredericks Media.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
AFB Portsmouth, AM 1650. Thomas Thomason. It's something that multiple polls tell us is quite popular with Americans of all political stripes, with the Senate dragging its feet on the bill nonetheless.
The Senate leaving for vacation and not moving President Trump's Save America Act forward before the 5-week recess. The bill would require ID to vote, which many Democrats oppose. President Trump having some fun on his Truth Social page, noting the irony of this video posted by former Vice President Kamala Harris, who says this.
This president is trying to push this SAVE Act, which basically would require that for people to register to vote, you're going to have proof of who you are.
Laura Winters reporting.
With the midterm elections fast approaching, the Republican National Committee is preparing to host an unusual midterm convention scheduled for next month in Dallas.
It will focus on portraying Democrats as captive to socialist and progressive extremists. GOP operatives have compiled extensive footage of figures like Hassan Piker, James Tallarico, and Michigan Senate nominee Abdul El-Sayed to depict Democrats as out of the mainstream, with speakers including Vice President J.D. Vance, HHS Secretary RFK Jr., and President Trump delivering primetime attacks. Ken Lorman reporting.
Progressive candidates for governor in Wisconsin and U.S. Senate in Minnesota making their final appeals ahead of tomorrow's primaries. Democratic incumbents in Connecticut also trying to fend off challengers from the left. Iran continues insisting on restrictions on shipping through the Strait of Hormuz as it negotiates the future of the strait with Gulf neighbor Oman. The U.S. insists the strait is an international waterway and should be open to all. The Dow futures are down 59 points, while the Nasdaq futures 31 points higher, and the S&P futures are up 3. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Tropical storm Dolphin has dumped heavy rain on eastern China, unleashing severe flooding.
Dolphin made landfall Sunday evening in Zhejiang province, with winds of around 93 miles per hour, after bringing heavy rain to northern Taiwan over the weekend. State broadcaster CCTV reports that authorities in Zhejiang province are searching for people trapped in flooded homes and are clearing broken branches from streets, while the authorities warn of risks of severe flooding and landslides in some areas. Before the typhoon hit, more than 300,000 people were preemptively relocated, and Shanghai's 2 airports cancelled more than 1,300 flights. I'm Charles Philadesma.
The weather watchers at Europe's climate agency say this summer's Western Europe heat wave has shattered 4-year-old high temperature records for June and July, and the heat is still on. The UK and France are bracing for the 5th heat wave of the season, adding to an intense stretch of hot weather that's repeatedly sent temperatures soaring since May. News and analysis, townhall.com. A weekend maritime accident in New York has claimed 2 lives and charges are filed.
The operator of a speedboat that capsized in New York Harbor late Saturday night, killing a 27-year-old woman and an infant, is facing reckless endangerment charges. Police say 46-year-old Manuel Hernandez was running the 22-foot Bayliner when it flipped over near the Statue of Liberty. 12 people were rescued from the water. The Coast Guard says they were treated for minor injuries. Police divers had to pull out the woman and the 5-month-old girl who could not be saved. Julie Walker, New York.
2 drivers of Mercedes-AMG cars have filed a class action lawsuit against the luxury automaker, They say that the AMG logo on their driver's seat gets so hot that it literally brands them and causes burns. The plaintiffs want Mercedes to compensate them for medical and other expenses. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
You got him. Great to have you. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Stephen K. Bannon going to be with us very shortly. Let me just tell you right now, you want to go to GodzillaWins.com, GodzillaWins.com. Always free, never a fee. My picks, I'm hot. 8 out of 10 in baseball, 4 in a row yesterday, on fire. It's the way to go. And don't forget our new show, our new sports show, boom, 6 to 7 p.m. Just started on Monday across our network, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 to 6 Central. Obviously, Game On America, hosted by Frank Zaccanelli, former owner, Dallas Mavericks, former GM, president, Dallas Mavericks, and now my partner in this venture. And you don't want to miss that. Every day, 6 o'clock. Also, announcements, big news in Nashville, WAKM AM 950. We're in the midst of acquiring that. Should be the next sometime in September if the FCC goes by the playbook as is, and that'll come online. Michael Patrick Leahy moving to 3 to 5 to anchor that as we expand our footprint in Nash Vegas. We'll also be carrying the Titans and the Tennessee Volunteers, and the Mike Keith Show is going to be at 5 o'clock Central. So a lot of things going on right here in the John Fredericks Media Network. Joining me now, Stephen K. Bannon, War Room, on the edge, on the top of everything. Steve, thanks for being with us. Fake polls out there telling us Taralico is going to win Texas. Meantime, your friend John Thune goes on vacation. Your thoughts, Stephen K. Bannon?
Yeah, I think the Republicans showed, as President Trump said the other day, they're not very interested in winning. I mean, the same situation in the Senate, as I said for a long time, John, as you know. And by the way, congratulations on all the expansion, especially in sports. Fascinating.
Hey, by the way, you know whose idea that was?
Yeah.
Come on.
I take full credit. I take full credit.
Was Bannon 5 years ago told me, listen, you got to combine sports with conservative talk. Nobody gets it. This same audience.
Yep.
That was Bannon. You told that to my wife. I remember on the phone, on the speaker, you told her that 5 years ago. And here we are today. We always take your advice.
I like talking to decision makers. I think the Thune thing is look, we're less than 90 days away. The grassroots are looking for the MAGA leadership at the grassroots level are looking for some guidance of what to do here. And I think Thune essentially told you that they're not that interested in holding the Senate because they didn't do anything. And they're in your face about not doing anything with the Save America Act not even being addressed. And they've thrown out some we're going to attach it to a reconciliation bill. I think Gateway pundit Jim Hoft has a great piece at the top today. It was their lead story about how they're going to continue to do the pro forma for the 5 or 6 week vacation. They're going to do a pro forma session every morning so they don't have to have a official recess, so President Trump doesn't get any recess appointments. And people should know Carrie Lake was pulled out of the ambassador's approval. Our Dave Bratt, one of our co-hosts, has been approved as got confirmed as the ambassador to Australia. But Carrie Lake got pulled out, I think, by Tillis at the last second, and there's not going to be, every day just to show another attempt to humiliate President Trump. They're never going to go in recess because Mitch McConnell and that clique doesn't trust President Trump to do recess appointments. There's not been a formal day of recess by the Republican Senate in the entire time since President Trump won the first time. So for people looking for motivation, you have to hold, there's going to be 15 or 20 of these seats in the House that we probably have to win half to maybe 2/3 of to hold the House by a seat or two. The Senate's in play, and I think there should be some. I think there'll probably be some good news coming out of Michigan tomorrow or Wednesday on the first real polling done up there, which I believe will show Rogers up a couple of points. The Senate's in play, but it doesn't seem like the Republicans are very serious about motivating anybody to go out and work to save it, and they're just going to rely upon the money they've raised, this record amount of money they've raised from Republican donors, big business, and the oligarchs to save them by putting it up on TV.
So comment on this. The Cook Political report over, I think it was on Friday, came out and said GOP leaning 212 seats. They've got 18 seats in play. I think that's pretty accurate. 18 seats in play. And of course, to get to 218, you've only got to win 6 of the 18. So Democrats have got to win 13 of the 18 to gain control. If you believe in the Cook's analysis, which normally is not spot on, but it's reasonable. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, we follow Cook and some others very closely. I think Cook is generally directionally accurate. Just being a little conservative, we back off that a bit from the 212 down. There's a couple of seats we think are, so we're back to about 2.6. So we think there's anywhere from 8 to 12 seats that you have to secure. And that gets to be that half of the seats that are out there, the 15 or 20. We'll be coming out with a more definitive list here in a week or two about where people should focus. We're doing some independent assessment right now, but it'll come down to those districts. And like I said, it'll be a dogfight. But here's the thing. It'll be highly concentrated. And MAGA will be able to really focus on, the classic MAGA technique of canvassing door-to-door, getting lower information voters, particularly lower propensity voters, and specifically those supporters of President Trump and MAGA that, traditionally don't vote in midterm elections or only vote when President Trump's top of the ticket, because he is top of the ticket here. I mean, the Democrats released last week, as we've been warning, that they have a full-scale, I think 3 law firms, Jamie Raskin's running this. They're prepared to go and, as we said, probably move to impeachment very quickly, but not hold a trial, not really get serious about it, probably for a year, right? So they would do that in the first days of 2027. But as soon as they take hold of the House, if they were to win, and but have a year of subpoenas and front page stories and all this, going after the White House staff and trying to get people to flip, and all the drama we had last time. But this time they're much more sophisticated than even in 2018 with Pelosi. I mean, they've got law firms that are going after all this perceived corruption and to really have these show trials, and they intend to not just end Trump, but end MAGA and Trumpism with investigations, hearings, et cetera. So it's, the House is everything. The Senate people, it's not that we dismiss the Senate. The Senate investigation capability is quite substantial. They have bigger staffs, normally more sophisticated people. but you have to hold the house. You don't hold the house, they're already teeing up. In fact, they're raising incredible amount of money now from their donors, particularly small donors, about basically that this is their opportunity to finish Trump and to finish MAGA. So you're right. I think the Cook reports are going to look at as a base. We're a little more conservative than their 212, but my point is, John, it's tough but doable, and it's just going to require maniacal focus and motivation. I think people have to, start signaling we're playing to win here, and not playing to not just giving up, but we're playing to win.
Make odds on us keeping the House.
I think the odds are, I always said from my days at Goldman Sachs, if you're less than 80%, that means it's not going to happen. So let's say I'm less than 80% right now, but I think we can hold it. Like I said, tough but doable. We can hold it if people get properly motivated. Look, the president is obviously our leader. I mean, when he tells Jake Sherman, hey, I think Hakeem Jeffries is an okay guy, we can work together, that's probably not the message that would be sending out with 90 days to go. I don't believe President Trump's trying to be gracious and the president and the leader of everybody, but I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is a good guy, and I don't think there's going to be any possibility that we can work with him. In fact, I think Hakeem Jeffries, to hold his own speaker, to potentially become speaker, has to essentially guarantee his most radical, these kind of Marxist jihadists that you see popping up. Oh, by the way, which I would not see if I was Johnson before I turned it over. I would not see some of these people. Hakeem Jeffries, I'm sure, is going to have to make a deal with the devil that his entire focus is going to be on taking down Trump and taking down MAGA. So, like I said, this is very tough, but it's doable if people are properly motivated and a couple of things break our way. And, as you, John, know better than anybody, you've taken the bus around, the Virginias and the Indianas and the Texases and the, Pennsylvania, you got stations. Your whole strategy was put stations in battleground areas, particularly in Pennsylvania, how tough this is going to be. But like I said, it's definitely doable if people are properly motivated. And the MAGA leaders, because we're not taking the show back to D.C. until after the election, the people we meet with and talk to daily are looking to be motivated. I mean, they want to make this work. They really want to. They want to hold the House, and they want to try to, move on.
Steve, how serious is the Marxist jihadist threat in the United States?
I think it's everything. This is why we've preached against this war from day one, or more overseas engagement or expansion right now. The enemy's inside the wires. John, we've talked about for years, and now it couldn't be more blatant. It's the top, I think, 25 cities in the United States. We don't control 20 of them. And when I say don't control, I mean they just reject federal law, immigration law. You look at New York, Chicago, Minneapolis, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, some of the biggest, most important cities in the world, the global financial capital of the world, is controlled by Marxist jihadists. These people are not shy about exerting power. Now you have in the industrial heartland in Michigan. Remember, World War II was won because of our ability to be the arsenal for democracy coming out of Detroit. Detroit's still absolutely central to the manufacturing capacity of the United States, and you have a radical Marxist jihadist, just won the Democratic primary there. And then in Texas, Tallarico. I mean, on the evening of November 3rd, people have to understand, unless we are organized and very focused, on the evening of November 3rd, you could have a Marxist jihadist controlling New York City with Mamdani and spreading his gospel throughout the country. You could have a Marxist jihadist in the Senate from Michigan, and you could have a Marxist jihadist, whatever this guy is, down in Texas. And those are all very real possibilities. Now, I think we're sure the polling is like right now, and it's not simply about polling; it's about intensity. They are very wound up, right? They are very worked up, and they're turning out and they're going door to door. Our intensity is not there right now. It has to, we have 80 some days in order to reverse that, but this is very real. and it's coming this year. It's going to come the year after that. It's going to increase unless we thwart it and stop it now. It's only going to get worse. One of the ways you can tell which direction the country is going, I think, is always to kind of look at the interstate highway system and the restroom stops and truck stops and how people get around. And I've had people throughout the country this year telling me that it is overwhelmed with foreigners, and these are not people coming to visit because of FIFA. These are South Asians that are still the truck drivers. This is people just at these centers. I mean, the country's being overwhelmed still by foreigners, and we haven't taken illegal aliens, asylum seekers, migrants, you call them what you will, under these phony H-1B scams, are overwhelming the country, and it's got to be reversed. It's got to be reversed now because it's not going to get better, and that's why President Trump, and I realize a lot of people have concerns about different policies, I guess, particularly related to the war, but, if you didn't have Trump, you wouldn't have a country. We'd have lost the country, and so now it's incumbent upon us to basically reverse this, and that's why it's going to take a full fight. I think people can get motivated for that as long as they know that this is one of the reasons I have such a problem with Mark Wayne Mullins as DHS. I just think it's terrible messaging on what is still the signature issue of President Trump in the MAGA movement, which is essentially to get our sovereignty back by securing our borders, but just as importantly, making sure that we have mass deportations to rid ourselves of these foreign invaders.
Steve, yesterday, AOC, first time in 2.5 years, went on the Sunday news shows. One thing interesting she said, she's freezing her eggs, which is an indication that she's 36 years old and doesn't have time right now to have a family, which is her business. So I respect that. Is she going to run for president? And if she does, can she win the nomination?
Well, it's either the Senate against Schumer or the presidency. Listen, these people are not, they're not looking. When you look at these radicals on the left, they're not interested in serious people. They're not interested in putting forward or improving this project we've been on for 250 years, this constitutional republic. If you look at what the people they put up, it's a collection of flakes and halfwits. But that's how the Bolsheviks have kind of always run. The front people, particularly their happy clappy front people, are never the people in back that are grinding this. Yeah, I think AOC definitely. If you look at the polling, you look at she could definitely in the Democratic Party today. Absolutely, it's not even a question. Could she make a run for it? And if you go back and look at watch her interviews at the Munich Security Conference, I think from last year, you'll see that. I mean, she has a junior high school's students' understanding of the way the world works and what it would take to be commander in chief. So, although that's laughable, remember, people, when I started talking about Mandami being a threat against Cuomo back in the spring of 2025, people in New York City, the smartest guys in the room, laughed at me when Mandami was at like 5%. Cuomo had $40 million. He had the approval of the Catholic Church, the big Jewish organizations, the firefighters, all of it, right? And he blew Cuomo out. These people are. This is just like the Bolsheviks. So you got to be very. You got to take them very seriously. You can't dismiss these. You can't dismiss Tallarico. You can't dismiss Abdul up in Michigan. These people have highly motivated people, and they're out to destroy the country. And they realize that they're not that. It's not that big a leap to understand they could destroy the country. So we're in the fight. We're in a fight for the country right now. And this is after having President Trump around for a decade. And, whether you love him or hate him, you're not going to have President Trump forever. This is why you got to man up at the next level and get serious about this. And
right now,
stop the happy talk, and we got to go back to core issues.
100%. Steve Bannon with us, Stephen K. Bannon, War Room, 10 to noon, Monday to Friday, 5 to 6 p.m., then Eastern. And then on Saturday, 10 to noon as well. It's not a podcast, by the way, New York Times. It's a live freaking show. Just FYI. Steve loves to take calls. If you want to talk to him, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Back in the day, we called it, what did we call it? The Latin word or the Greek word or something? You called taking calls of Vox Populi, the French word. That was it. Vox
Populi.
I just remembered that. We need to bring that back, Dan. Steve used to call it
Vox Populi, Vox Deum. The voice of the people is the voice of God, as the Romans said.
Vox Populi. I got to write that down because
Vox Populi, Vox Deum. I think my Latin from Benedictine was Vox Populi, Vox Deum. The voice of the people is the voice of God.
There you go. What are we going to do with the Iran situation? Now they're belligerent.
But I've advocated this for a long time. Is that it's economic warfare? You have to focus on it. We should have never taken the foot off the throat economically. We should never let them transit out this oil to the Chinese Communist Party for cash. And, 6 weeks ago, we allowed them, and for this MOU, and the MOU I was not a fan of. It gave them, $500 billion. It's, most importantly, they had JD and Jared had this paragraph in there that talked about some sort of mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz, and they brought Oman into the picture in the MOU. I said at the time, this would cause you bring Oman into this thing with the pirates in Persia. You're gonna have, this is what we got. They cut a deal amongst themselves, and then sent it to us, which is obviously an insult. Reparations, we're gonna pay for this, so you're not going to get a deal. We had Trina Parsi on 2 months ago. He said flat out, you're never going to get a deal. So if they want to be tough guys, just go back to economic warfare. We had them in January. We crushed them enough that, millions of people took to the streets to bring down the regime, and 40,000 people, I think, got killed in that. But Scott Bessent, to me, want to make him essentially, under President Trump, the economic warfare czar, and let him bring them to their knees. I would not ramp up kinetic warfare again, but I certainly remember a condition precedent in this quote unquote deal that they've sent us is that we have to withdraw the carrier battle groups from the quarantine or the blockade. They understand that's what's choking them down. We should never ever eased off of that. That just gave them more cash. As I said at the time, it's going to give them more cash to be able to continue on. We also have to tell the Chinese Communist Party, which I'm an advocate of canceling this state visit in September, but you tell the Chinese Communist Party, hey, we got a big problem with you arming them through, quote unquote, our allies in Pakistan. So I think it's time to get serious now. This weekend, Netanyahu told us point blank, I don't accept the 15-point plan, because he needs continual war to win his election. So, you're not going to get peace in Gaza. And on the other side, the Persians sent you something back that could not be more insulting. So I think you take the longer view of this. You don't go kinetic again. You get serious on every aspect of economic warfare. You tell the people in the region, no more money laundering, no more using the banks in Dubai to get them cash. Cut them, make sure the Europeans are on board with this. You cut them off. You tell the Chinese and the Russians the same thing, that you want to be cute here and continue to fund this and back these people, then there's going to be economic consequences for you, particularly the Chinese Communist Party. And I think and cut off all AI, cut off every aspect you have to the Chinese. We're at war here, and the Chinese are the most significant ally of the Persians, which I've said for years. So it's now you see the response. You're not going to get you're not going to negotiate your way diplomatically from these people, because they're pretty tough and hard bitten. And look, it's a massive country. If you put Iran, if you superimpose it on a map of Europe, it goes from the beaches of Normandy all the way almost to the Russian border, past Berlin. And people remember it took us, it's what took us a year and it took us a long time to get from, over a year to get from Normandy all the way to Berlin to end the war. So this is a massive geographic area. It's got 90 to 100 million people. It's not going to roll over with kinetic warfare easily. And it's time to get serious about choking them down and bring them to their knees economically. and then focus on what we got to do here in the United States, but no more kinetic warfare.
Let's get to a few phone calls. Line 2, Tracy in Atlanta for Steve Bannon. Go ahead, Tracy.
Yes, hi. So many of us are still Trump supporters. We have a lot of faith in him, but it has been, I would say, a disappointing couple of years that we're still waiting on some things that we thought would happen. And, the war is totally disappointing that we got involved. And I would love to know, though, what are your thoughts on, there's been so many assassination attempts, but the Butler shooting, it's my understanding that he pretty much shut down the investigation.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know the details of did he shut it down or not. But these assassination attempts, concern me tremendously. And services inability. I think one of the things that we ought to look. Part of your disappointment, I'm sure, is that there's been no perp walks. Fauci hasn't been perp walked. McCabe has not been perp walked. The deputy at Comey hasn't been perp walked. Brennan, all of it. And you haven't, and how's this tied back to the FBI? How's it tied back to the Secret Service? How's it tied back to anybody inside government? We don't know. There hasn't been any kind of formal report. So I think one of the big disappointments and hopefully Todd Blanche now in as AG can help to rectify this. But you are the voice of many people. In fact, I would say most people around the country that are big Trump supporters and kind of the MAGA base, in that you love President Trump, you love the policies of 24. You'd like to see a little more execution on those, particularly on mass deportations and taking down the deep state. And that it starts with, I think, Fauci, Brennan, Comey, McCabe, the FBI, the CIA, and obviously what happened during the pandemic, including, if my recommendation, if you're going to have Xi over here for a state visit and roll out the red carpet at the White House in September, he ought to bring a checkbook and either write a $10 trillion check or give him wiring instructions before he gets on the plane. And let's make sure the check wired into our account. Let's make sure the check clears. So that's the type of thing I think in the next 90 days has to be reinforced of kind of what's the plan going forward. President Trump said we're going to, I think, downsize this negotiation with Iran. He's going to try to get it off the front page and deal with other things. I think some of it, you can hear it in your voice, is to get back to the 24 coalition of Make America Healthy Again and MAGA, and to get back to some core principles and just hammer it and bring in people that can actually hammer it and give people, reinforce the values of MAGA, particularly about this invasion of foreign nationals into the United States, and the election integrity that took out President Trump in 2020. The Tina Peters and the Cleta Mitchells and all the people that are saying, "Hey, we got to make sure we have this election squared away now." And I'm a big advocate of a national security emergency memo coming out in a couple of weeks. Since clearly they're not going to address the Save America Act. So I think your voice says it all. And to win, John, to win in November, what we should get that caller back on, seriously, the day before. We should get her back on November 2nd and say, hey, did people deliver? Because you can hear in her voice, I love Trump, I love MAGA, I'm not feeling it, and I'm very worried. Particularly in a state like Georgia, you could have a guy like Ossoff win by 3, 4, 5 points, right? In a re-election in the Senate of an election he shouldn't even be in the Senate anyway, because illegitimately he got in with that phony first election.
That's right.
When they stole it from Purdue. So no, I think I'd like to get her back on. Get her number. Let's get her back on the 2nd of November.
Dan,
we'll know if we succeeded. If she's jacked up on November 2nd,
we'll be good.
We're going to win. If she's not, if the timbre and the voice is the same, guess what? Get ready for Hakeem Jeffries. And this is what it comes down to. This is not quantum mechanics. This is not something that's very sophisticated. This is basic blocking and tackling by the same people. Remember, outside of 2018, MAGA's never been defeated. the one Trump in primaries, and I mean primary in 15 and 16, and the primary in 23 and 24. Long odds. He won both times. He won general elections when they said 16, 20, and 24, and they said he couldn't do it. The only time we've ever lost is in 18, when everybody took their eye off the ball and Nancy Pelosi preached the gospel of impeaching Trump and motivated a bunch of young people to go out there and bang on doors. And guess what? They took the House, and what did they do? They impeached Trump. This is just the same playbook, but you can hear in her voice that somebody's got to show her that we're serious about this and we're serious about winning.
Let's get to line 3, Tim in Orlando. Thank you, Tracy. Tim in Orlando, go ahead with Steve Bannon.
Oh, yeah, great question. Super. Good morning. I went to a GOP, orange GOP walk-around for the primaries. And so I volunteered, and we knocked on a couple of hundred doors. And there were 45 people in the morning getting their packets, getting ready to go out on the web elect and get going with it. And it was a new experience for me because I'm retired and I want to run for office. So they introduced me to the group. I introduced all the new people. I introduced myself, Tim Swope from Orlando, and I want to run against Maxwell Frost, who's a Generation X. And they all laughed at me, John. They all laughed at me. I mean, they had a belly laugh saying it's impossible. They've redistricted District 10, which I live in, and he's a lock-in. In fact, he's running unopposed. A Generation Xer called Maxwell Frost, who's already been kicked out of hearings. He's got a high school education, a GED from an art school, and he passed himself off as an Uber driver, youngest person in Congress, but he was really working for all the campaigns organizing youth. So he's really good at organizing 18 to 24-year-olds to come out and knock on doors. My question is this. How many times were you laughed at, Steve Bannon, when you said, I'm going to get President Trump, I'm going to get Trump elected, never ran for office before, and it didn't stop you, did it?
It's a great question, and I want to bring this back to the DSA guys. I mean, they've copied, you've kind of nailed it, they've copied what MAGA, and particularly, remember, it was self-organizing, right? There was no real structure to it back in 14 and 15. You really had guys like Cernovich and others, even the people called the Pepes and Facebook. It was self-organizing. But Mandami in this crowd, this is when I warned people about Mandami in the spring of 2025, it was exactly about this. I said, look, Cuomo may have $40 million, and he may have from the Catholic Church to the Jewish establishment to the New York Times, the New York Post editorial board. He may have all that, and the cops and the firemen, everything traditionally you've done in New York. It doesn't matter. What Mandami has is thousands of these kids in Brooklyn and in Queens and in the Bronx knocking on doors and canvassing every day to bring out lower propensity voters that don't normally vote. I saw this again in Texas when we shifted the show to Texas earlier this year to focus on the proposition on prohibiting Sharia law, and also to put some energy into Paxton's campaign. Mandami and his crew, DSA and Working Family Party, had done the exact thing. There was a special election in January, early February, in bitter cold in state Senate race 9, I think it was, where Trump had won by 17 points. They went door to door knocking in bitter cold, and won by 14 points. So you're 100% correct. People should not laugh at the Uber driver. Like I said, their credentials and their understanding, like AOC or Abdul, these people, their understanding of really how the world works and how you actually can help generate wealth in an economy and all that is not relevant. They have the ability to go and organize and knock on doors, and they have energy besides them. So people that laugh it off, don't really understand what's going on. This thing for Mandami, DSA has got very dark foreign money in back of it, very sophisticated. But you see in Michigan, you see in Texas, this Talarico is a product of this, and it's very powerful, and it's got to be stopped now. The way you stop it is, let's go back to the first caller. The way you stop it is that you energize people around. Hey, here are the 3 or 4 things we're going to accomplish. We're going to actually do and get done. And it's centered around the MAGA agenda. You will have people motivated to go out and do the same. But if we don't, that energy you're seeing on the left is what's going to carry the House. The Senate, I think, is a little different, but definitely will carry the House. And to me, that's the game right now. So those are two great calls. Unfortunately, John, I got to bounce and get ready for the show. But if you take both of those calls, the one that the fears in the voice in Georgia that loves Trump and loves MAGA but is not feeling it, the other from Florida that's seen, hey, you go door to door and they're laughing in your face because they got Uber driver that's organized them. That is, in a nutshell, what we face in the next 80-some days. And, if we can get both of those callers on the night before, the day before in the show, and see if we've done our job, then we're going to win. If the same fear in the voice or saying, hey, we didn't get door to door and they're better organized than we are, we're going to lose. It's that simple. It's not quantum mechanics. It's pretty straightforward, but that's a great nutshell, a great summary from two callers of where we are right now.
Steve, thank you. Thank you for your time. Steve Bannon, this is why we do Vox Populi, and you can follow Steve, War Room.
Hang on. Don't forget Vox Populi, Vox Deum. The voice of the people is the voice of God.
Vox Deum. You
just heard it right there.
I know. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Right, exactly it. Steve, thank you. Okay, let's go to a couple more calls, and then we'll go to a quick break. And we've got Jay DuBois coming up, Michigan House of Representatives, District 63. Killer Carl, Pennsylvania, line 2, go.
Morning, John. Great show today. Great show. But, the first caller, that lady from Georgia,
Tracy.
I think she echoes what a lot of people are feeling right now, because let's be honest, it's not Trump. It's the GOP. It's the Senate. They're useless. Who's excited to go out and vote for these people? You see, the problem we have is the Democrat base is overcharged. They're ready to go. They're ready to do anything just to stop Trump. But what are we excited about? Are we excited about Lindsey Graham's sister? I'm not. And that's the problem we face. We have to find a way to energize the base. Take the war with Iran out of it, right? We have a Senate that refused to secure our elections. John Thune refused to do anything. And that's the problem. That's why the base is deflated. And I hear exactly what that lady is saying every single day. Every single day. So we got to really figure out a way to get this, to get our base charged up. And I know it's easy to say, well, you don't want the communists to take over. I get that. But, people are stuck in their everyday life and they're just not excited about it.
They're not excited. And we don't have the intensity. We got 80 days to get there. But right now, we just don't have it. As bad as everything has gone, we still got a 50-50 shot to win this thing. So we can still turn it around. Carl, don't forget the Killer Carl Show, 8 to 9 a.m. on every Saturday across our network. Thank you, Killer Carl, for being with us. Let's get a very quick word from our sponsors when I get back. Jay DuBois, Michigan House of Representatives, District 63. Well, they're fighting something there. We're going to find out what's going on. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat Phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Jay DuBois, Michigan House of Representatives, District 63. Jay, thanks for being with us. Thanks for your patience on hold. We had a lot of callers come in. Jay, I just want to start. Let's just start with this guy, Abdul El-Sayed. He's a Marxist, jihadist, communist, going on Hassan Piker a number of times, who called for basically more Americans to die on 9/11. Said he deserved it and had it coming. Said, he has no problem with Hamas raping Jewish women, young girls, and he goes on a show 8 to 10 times. What the hell is the deal? How is this guy going to win there?
Well,
how do you lose this?
Yeah, my belief is that he's not going to win. Michigan, I think, is ground zero this year. Abdul El-Sayed against Mike Rogers, Jocelyn Benson against John James. Trump endorsed, by the way, John James and Mike Rogers. This Abdul, socialism and communism is not knocking at the door, John. It's actually in our house right now. And the fact that this is what the Democrat Party has put up as a representation of who they are should be a very, very clear message to the people of the state of Michigan about the direction that party is headed. And it is disastrous for the people of the state of Michigan and for the people of the United States, for that matter.
Let me just ask you, Jay, to be quite candid here. How does Mike Rogers not win this race?
Well, I think you still have to be a campaigner. You still have to have a great message, which we have from a conservative perspective with Mike Rogers. And I think you have to work your butt off, right? And make sure that people understand the differentiation between these two. And educate the voters with what this really looks like. Because I'm going to tell you, one of the other items that I think we may talk about is that RX Kids thing. Abdul El-Sayed sat on that board to help point that in the direction that he wanted it to go. And so, Mike Rogers is number one, he's a great candidate and a great patriot. And he is going to work his tail off. And I do believe at the end of the day, he will defeat Abdul El-Sayed, because I do not believe the people of Michigan support what that individual stands for.
Jay, let's talk about this $300 million. Was it $300 million in taxpayer dollars going to this? What was it? Kids RX. That is a complete scam. You guys are doing an inquiry on this.
Yeah.
Walk us through what happened here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the chair of the House Oversight Committee. We pulled the director of this RX Kids in. $300 million had been allocated a couple budget cycles ago under the premise that money was designed to help pregnant moms, newborn children, health, welfare of them, those kinds of things. Well, what it turns out to be is a cash giveaway, direct payments. Essentially, it's a model and a precursor to the universal basic income. And in my opinion, it's a test pilot to that. There's no parameters, there's no measurements, there's no expectations of what it is spent on. There's no quality. You don't have to be you can be in the country illegally and receive these dollars. There's no guardrails around this taxpayer money to the tune of $300 million. The other interesting fact about this, maybe I'm hypersensitive to this, but it's going only into blue districts. How about that? Right? So it's not a statewide program. They pick municipalities and they pick counties and they go in there and they give this money away. In my opinion, what this really is this is a Democratic Party purchase of constituents is what this is.
Thanks for saying that, Jay. And I think it gets deeper than that. We own 23 radio stations. We're buying another one in Nashville. So we go through our bank. We get the fast track loan. I think it's called that, fast something loans that we have guaranteed by the Small Business Administration, by the SBA, right? Yeah. So our banker that we've dealt with before, that basically facilitates that. Guess what she told us? So we're in the middle of getting the loan, and there's a $5,000 fee. And we're like, okay, well, that's, the SBA fee. She said, I didn't put this, you didn't do this the last time when you got this under the Biden administration, because the Biden administration waived the fee for everybody. I'm like, well, why'd they do that? Well, they just waived it. So, but now, this is the fee, the SBA's got costs, whatever. I said, fine, just roll in the loan. Then she tells me our default rate is the highest it's been under Biden. Because she said to me that we were told by Biden officials, this is what she told me, my banker there. We were told by Biden officials to fast track these loans regardless of their documents. Like, we look at them and we'd be like, no, this needs to be rejected. They don't have the credit, they don't have the collateral, they don't have a performer, they don't have a business plan. And the Biden administration told them to just go ahead and give it. So that's why they had the humongous default rate. And so where did the default rate go? To blue areas with Biden cronies. They basically were just transferring taxpayer dollars to their friends that were then kicking it back to the debts.
This is USAID all over again.
Yeah.
That's what this is. They try to create cash programs in governmental programs under the auspice of look at how generous and caring we are as they dole it out to individuals who do not qualify. By the way, there's no means test for RX Kids. Now think about that. Not a statewide program, a targeted program to communities, no means test, which means that a mother who actually needs the money in my community doesn't get it, while a potential millionaire in the city of Detroit gets it. That, my friend, is abhorrent. And it is a test pilot program for universal basic income. And by the way, to our friends in Ohio, they're coming into Cleveland. They've already announced it. RX Kids is going into Cleveland. Doesn't it make you wonder why they're going into these states, into Ohio? They're trying to develop a constituency base with free money is what they're trying to do.
So how does this money get there in the Trump administration?
So this gets there through an allocation from the state, right? That's who allocated these funds. Is that what you mean by your question?
Yeah.
How did the money get there? Yeah. These are allocated dollars. By the way, this is in addition to all of the other safety net programs that exist. WIC, food stamps, all of those other programs. The difference is those programs have guardrails around them. You have to prove your citizenship. You have to prove you have to means test. You have to demonstrate what you're spending your money on. You can only spend it on certain things. This program is a ruse. You have to remember, Abdul El-Sayed on the advisory board, people from organizations like ESG on the advisory board, Jocelyn Benson's husband on the advisory board. You have to ask yourself why all these politicians are surrounding themselves on this. And I think there's a really simple answer. They're doling money out to build their constituency base.
Jay DeBoer with us, Michigan House of Representatives, District 3. Jay, where is Whitmer on this? Where is Gretchen Whitmer? If this is state money, is she looking the other way? Where is the governor?
Yeah, she's been very quiet on this. But I can tell you that in this year's budget, initially there was a proposal to send around $20 million additional to this RX Kids, and that got stopped by the Republican House, which I'm proud to be a member of. And we were able to get that moved into other assistance programs, but the ones with guardrails. And Gretchen Whitmer agreed to that in the budget. So she's been rather quiet on it.
What is your relationship with her? With
Gretchen Whitmer? I don't know her that well. She's well liked in Michigan. She really is. She polls well in Michigan. But I can tell you that 8 years of her administration has driven Michigan to the bottom of almost every list that you would want to be at the top of, from education of our children, to friendliness to business, to tax policy. So it's, hey, you can like somebody and they can still do a really, really bad job. And my cards and my money are with John James to take the state back. And that will be a turning point for Michigan, in my opinion, when that happens.
How about that governor's race? Who's the Democratic candidate? And what do you think about that? Because I think I have no doubt Rogers is going to win this race. He's at the top of the ticket, which is going to be helpful. Sure. I think Rogers is going to win this thing. I personally don't think it's going to be close. 3, maybe 5, but that's just me. Tell me about the governor's race.
Sure. So the governor's race on the Democratic side, it's Jocelyn Benson, who has been the 8-year Secretary of State, which, by the way, horrific job, did a bad job with the 2020 election. Senate has lost in court, 10 times on her memorandums of instruction to local clerks on how to administer election law. But she's their nominee. John James, the Trump-endorsed nominee, for governor on the Republican side. I've supported John since the beginning, since he got in the race. I think it's going to be a hard fought race. The unique thing is that John James is out there putting his message out, what he stands for, what he's going to do, what his policies are, how he's going to make Michigan better. Jocelyn Benson, do yourself a favor and see what she stands for. She doesn't talk. She doesn't say anything. We've subpoenaed documents from her from the Oversight Committee. She doesn't provide them. When she does, they come in at the last minute. We're actually in court with her right now because she wouldn't provide things as simple as training documents for election workers to us. She blocked us. So we ended up having to go to court on that. And we're still in court fighting that. It's definitely going to be a race. She is more left than Gretchen Whitmer. She aligns herself already with Abdul Saeed. And so I think that people are going to get a really clear picture of the difference between conservatism and liberalism in this cycle in Michigan. And I'm really confident, with our blue collar Michigan, our sportsmen, our people who believe in hard work, our unions that appreciate their health insurance benefits that they've negotiated for. They appreciate the other benefits that they've negotiated for. They're going to watch those things go right down the drain if Jocelyn Benson is elected and Al Saeed is elected, because they're going to move towards a socialist form of government. Saeed has already said, yep, it's a fact. The middle class is going to be taxed more under his policies. So it's pretty scary. But I think Michigan might have a turning point this year.
Jada Bauer with us, House of Representatives, Michigan District 63. What area is that?
Yeah, District 63 is, I am between Lake Huron and Lake Erie, north of Detroit. Northern Macomb County, southern St. Clair County.
Tigers tanked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, I think the Tigers are still in the hunt.
Yeah, they're still in the hunt, but they gave away Scooble.
Yeah.
And there's going to be no baseball in 27. Okay, assessment of the Lions, quickly.
Boy, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of hope in this state for the Lions. If there's anything that this state unifies behind, it's the Lions. We've been praying for 60 years for something good to happen. We thought we might see that a couple of years ago. I'm still a true Lions fan, and I do believe that they can pull things together this year.
Red Wings.
Yeah, Red Wings need a little bit of work. Steve Yzerman did some work, but it didn't get him over the hump. And I think that the new administration in there is going to have to really work hard. That's the one that's disappointing because we're such a hockey town. And, the Detroit Red Wings are just an icon in the industry, frankly. And
you had a good season last year. You had a decent season, almost made the playoffs. And then they fired the GM. Nobody saw that coming.
No, no one did. I think, though, that, you do have some ownership there with the Red Wings that they do like to win and they're willing to spend the money to win. And I think that might be the motivation there. They felt like they did spend some money to win and it didn't happen. So, sometimes you do have to shake it up just in order to get people a little bit more motivated. That's probably that.
I mean, they stayed in the playoff hunt, I think, till the final week, right?
Yeah, they were right there in the last couple of weeks. They were still in the hunt. Yep. It was disappointing. Yeah.
Give us the makeup of the state house. House of Representatives, state, Senate. What's the current makeup?
Yep. Right now, the Republicans hold the House 58-52. We actually were the only legislative body in the country last cycle 2 years ago that flipped from blue to red. We were the only ones. And that was under the leadership of Speaker Matt Hall, who I'm going to tell you does a fantastic job. He sometimes he ties the Democrats in knots because great thinker, great strategist. So we were able to flip that and take the House. Thank goodness, because the Democrats had a trifecta with Gretchen Whitmer, and they still hold the Senate. We were able to stop a lot of their bad policies with that flip. And the Senate is a 2-seat majority. And, the hope is to flip that back red this election cycle. So, a lot of positive things.
How many state senators are there in Michigan?
Let's see, there's 36. 38, I'm sorry, 38. Yeah.
38. So they got a 2-seat majority. So what is that? 19, 20, 28.
Yeah. You need 20 for a majority. 19 would get you a tie. And if John James is governor, your lieutenant governor would be the tiebreaker.
Is the state house and the state senate up in November?
Yes.
So everybody's up.
Everybody's up.
So you guys could keep the house, win the Senate, keep the house, not win the Senate, or lose them both.
Possibility. I can tell you what, I don't think we're going to lose the House under current leadership and current candidate list. We have a pretty strong field, and John James is going to win this thing. Nobody's going to outwork him.
Whitmer's political future, what is it?
Boy, that's a good one. For a while, I thought that she was going to be jumping in the race for president. But I think that eroded rapidly last year. She'll probably end up, going on CNN or something and being a consultant and, talking head or something. That's probably where she's going to end up.
Well, all I know about her is I thought she was not a disaster as governor, not a disaster. She also had the what we call the hug on the tarmac, where she hugged President Trump.
Yeah.
I must have played that clip 100 times.
Not a disaster, I could agree with. It's a pretty low bar, but not a disaster. She really didn't get a lot done. In fact, one of her campaign positions was, fix the damn roads, if you remember.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah.
She was like pothole Gretsch.
That's right. And so, she had a trifecta. She had the Senate, she had the House, and she had the governor's office, obviously. And she was unable to get the funding mechanism in place to fix the damn roads. Well, we take the House back last cycle, and it's Matt Hall and his leadership that actually put the plan together to fix the damn roads. So she was able to get her crowning wish done in her last moments of her last term, but it was only able to be done through the direction of Matt Hall, which is what a fitting thing at the end of her term that it was actually a Republican that got it done.
Hey, you know what? She can take credit for it. The only other thing I remember about her is when during COVID, her husband called up and tried to get out the boat.
That's right.
So
right.
So all I remember is, well, wait a minute, I'm the governor's husband. I want to go on my boat. And
that's
they
right.
banned boats, right? So he couldn't go on the boat.
Yeah, nobody's allowed to go on boats, but he called and said, "I want you to put my boat in." And the other thing that you should remember about the COVID is when no one could travel, she took a private jet to Florida to see her father. Yeah,
she took it to Florida.
Yeah, remember the rules are for you and not for me, right? That's how they work.
She said her father was sick, but
right.
The husband calling up and saying, "Well, wait a minute, I'm the governor's husband. I want my boat.
I want my boat." That's right.
That's the best. There's so many Gretchen stories.
Oh, yeah.
Jake, stay in the line and give Dan your number so we can stay in touch.
You betcha. John, thanks for everything you do.
Thank you, bud. We're going to be right back. Pennsylvania Posse next.
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-575-8924. 800-575-8924. That's 800-575-8924.
ICE expects every officer and agent in the field to be equipped with a body camera by the end of the month.
This will be a rapid expansion that could provide an unprecedented visual record of the federal government's immigration enforcement operations. But whether the public will get to see that footage remains largely up to ICE. The agency defended its body-worn camera policy amid questions about provisions allowing ICE leadership to withhold or indefinitely delay footage after serious injuries or deaths in custody. John Scott reporting.
President Trump's expected to swear in Todd Blanche, his former personal lawyer, as Attorney General today after the Senate voted to confirm him early Saturday. His road to Attorney General confirmation not an easy one, with Democrats arrayed against him, along with Republican Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. Blanche confirmed in a 50-49 vote. News and analysis, townhall.com. A former president's facing a serious health challenge.
It's very debilitating in many respects, but he's still out there. He's still doing his thing.
You're listening to Hunter Biden, who tells the BBC his father's prostate cancer, which was reportedly found last year at stage 4, has spread to other parts of his body.
The cancer has spread, has metastasized into his bones and further. It's very painful.
Joe Biden was diagnosed 4 months after leaving the White House. He is 83 years old. Laura Winters reporting.
Europe's climate agency says this summer's Western Europe heat wave is one for the record books. The weather watchers at Copernicus say that the heat has shattered a 2022 average high temperature record for June and July. France now bracing for its 5th heat wave alert of the season, adding to an intense stretch of hot weather that repeatedly sent temperatures soaring across France and England. More details, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
John Fredericks Media on YouTube is all that and more. Wake up to watch the John Fredericks Show live and stay on top of the news you need to know. Rewatch your favorite guest interviews, follow John's national media appearances, and dig into the archives of America's Godzilla of Truth. All that and more. It's John Fredericks Media on YouTube. Hit YouTube, search John Fredericks Media, subscribe, bookmark it, log in today. John Fredericks Media on YouTube.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Well, it's Monday. That means it's time for the Pennsylvania Posse. We got Scott Barger. We got Mike Barley. We got polls. We got news. We got Pennsylvania. We got McCormick on a roll. Everything coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, live in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Unlike Philadelphia, the safest, most beautiful, cleanest city in America, unlike that hellhole called Philadelphia, Filthydelphia, where you basically can't walk down the street. President Trump the other day, when I was questioning, when I had an opportunity to ask him a few questions in the Oval Office, said, you know, isn't it amazing? Every city that's blue is filthy. Every single one is disgusting. Every single one is dirty. Why is that garbage all over the place? Graffiti. Why is that? Was his question. And he's got a point because they are. Anyway, it's good to have you with us. This segment of Pennsylvania Posse, sponsored by the Safer Supervision Act. So here's what's broken. This is just reality. I'm a big believer in this. Federal probation officers, well, they're managing over 100 cases each, should be 50. That's twice the recommended management number for them. Now, the Safer Supervision Act passed in 27 states. Really, this is a federal opportunity to make it uniform across the country. And the Safer Supervision Act fixes this. It lets officers focus on public safety threats instead of drowning in needless paperwork and supervising people that are doing all the right things, like have a job and with their families, drug and alcohol free, doing the right things to assimilate back in society. And there's no reason that they have to be supervised. So this law, which is now in the Senate, markup allows the probation officer to simply recommend to the judge that this person's doing great and they don't need to be supervised. And then the judge can review the case. So there's two sets of eyes on it. Judge can review the case and then make a determination if that person no longer needs to be supervised. And if the judge deems he or she doesn't, the supervision is gone and the probation officer has one less case. They can focus on those who really need to be supervised, because we've got to cut recidivism down in this country. And this is one of the things that lead to it's a natural progression of the First Step Act under President Trump. Now, more information, visit safersupervision.com. I've been a proponent of this from day one. Safersupervision.com. Tell your congressman, tell your senator to get off their duff and get this done. Of course, in the Senate, they don't do anything. So I guess that's a non-starter, but you can certainly do it in the House because they actually do things, kind of like Pennsylvania. And by the way, this has been paid for and authorized by the Reform Action Fund, and Reform Action Fund sponsored this message. Okay, it is that time again to get to the Pennsylvania Posse. As usual, all eyes on Pennsylvania. We got seats in play, and we got, as I've said before, all you got to do is look at 4 seats. Kiggins, Virginia, 2. Hampton Roads. Scott Perry, Pennsylvania. Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania. And there's one more in Pennsylvania. I forget his name. You guys can remind me quickly. It just was in my head. I forgot it.
McKenzie or Bresnahan or the other two.
Bresnahan. Yep. Bresnahan wins. We're going to hold the House. Joining us now On the Pennsylvania posse, thanks for bailing me out, Mark. Scott Barger, senior moment. Scott Barger and Mike Barley. Scott, Pennsylvania House of Representative District 80, and Mike Barley, longtime GOP consultant. And we'll get the phone calls too. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Let's get right to let's get right to the governor's race, where all of a sudden, out of the blue, a new poll out, Stacey Gary has actually cut this lead into single digits. So don't count her out. She's a closer, and she got more votes than anybody. And they've also gotten negative on her. We'll talk about the poll in a minute. But under Shapiro, your economy is now 47 out of 50 states. That's like the bottom of the barrel. You guys are like, scraping the butt. You're like, I mean, this is bad. This is like basically the Colorado Rockies of economies. What the hell's going on? Well, why are you guys 47 out of 50, Scott?
Well, because our policies aren't pro-business. To have a growing economy, you have to have opportunity. You have to have business opportunity for investment. You have to have opportunity for people to work, to get a job that they can support their family. And we're lagging behind. We're really not even close to fulfilling our potential, I don't think, here in Pennsylvania. And that's when you think about how many natural resources we have, when you think about, and I'm thinking specifically of oil and natural gas, when you think about our proximity to the largest urban centers in the country, we should be doing way better than what we are. And we're not. No matter what the governor says, we are underperforming. To put it generously, John, we're underperforming. Some would say we're outright failing. And, I think God has given us a lot. He has given us a lot, and we are not using it well here in Pennsylvania. So I think we have to get out of the way. It's the Republican mantra, isn't it? Get government out of the way and let the good people of Pennsylvania get to work. In fact, the governor himself said that in my district when he was talking to farmers. We need to get the government out of the way. I thought, who is this guy? Who's this guy? I wish he would actually do that. But that's the challenge. We have the opportunity. It's not because we don't have opportunity. It's not because we don't have resources. They're right there, right? It's just, we fail to capitalize on them. And that, I think, is the challenge for Pennsylvania. We are the most we're ranked 47th. We're ranked number 1 in underperformance, I think, in the country.
Hey, Scott, let me ask you this before we get to the economy. I just knocked my Maryland baseball cup off my desk and it broke. Is that good? Is that a good sign? Is that like, how's that?
I'm going to take it as a good sign. That's a good sign.
Is that a good sign?
A good
like
sign.
We're actually going to win some games in the Big Ten. Is that a good? Because it's like all over the floor, shattered. I'm like, oh, no. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. It's a good thing, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? It's a good omen, John. It's a good omen.
It's scattered all over the floor. My poor Maryland baseball cup. All right, enough of that. Scott, look, Mike, you just heard what Scott said. I mean, how are you? This is one of the most powerful states in the nation. It's situated between everything, 2 major cities, all this land, all this oil, all this gas, right under your foot, all this coal, and all this, all this industry. How are you 47 out of 50 states?
Over-regulation, over-taxation. You look at what we've done with the tremendous abundance of natural resources and the fact that it's trapped. We have not taken advantage of all of the natural resources and our location. The overwhelming majority of the population of North America is within a day's drive of Pennsylvania. And William Penn did a very good job grabbing the land he did, or was being gifted there, because it is, we do have all this here. Again, when it comes down to it, and you look at our gas prices in Pennsylvania, you look at it right there, and that tells you a lot. People don't stop for gas in Pennsylvania if they can avoid it, because you're going to pay an extra 50 cents. People don't want to put their businesses at a place that you have policies like that. And that's just one example. Again, when you look at it, it really comes down to those two things: overregulation, overtaxation. Time and time again, if I'm looking to relocate a business, why would I go there?
I mean, to be 47 out of 50 and running for re-election as governor, what did you think about Stacey Garrity cutting the new poll out by Penn Live? Stacey Garrity now within somewhat striking distance. She was down by double digits. Everybody was making fun of her campaign. Look, she has no money. You know, it's not exactly operating on all cylinders, right? We all get that. But we've said from the beginning something about this young lady, right? She wins elections. At the end of the day, people like her. She got more votes in Pennsylvania than any statewide office holder ever. Now she's closing the gap. What's going on, Scott?
Well, listen, I've been telling people over the last week since that poll came out, when Stacey Garrity wins this thing, I'm going to do it, and I told you so tour of the Commonwealth. Because a year ago, when everyone was doom and gloom saying the blue wave is coming, I said, I don't think so. Because the progressive left is so far out, and they're winning elections in places, and we can see what's happening in these other cities, right? And people look at that in Pennsylvania and say, well, we don't want that here. And I didn't think the blue wave was coming. And I told people, remember, Stacey is she's one of the most successful, maybe the most successful statewide candidate ever in the Commonwealth. She's come from behind. She was the nobody who would never win the treasurer's race, and she did. On the other hand, Governor Shapiro has never had a real challenge. Not really. Not a real challenge his entire political career. And so here she comes. And within 7 points, and she's going to be outspent. About a week ago, 2 weeks ago, when the governor first went negative on her, I was elated because to me, the worst case scenario was that he would ignore Stacey Garrity the entire way through until up to the end, right? Because that means she's no threat. That he went negative in August tells me that he knows she can beat him.
What do you think, Mike?
Look, I think this race was always going to close. I think, Scott said it. I remember when Stacey ran the first time and I remember getting a call. They said, well, what do you think of this Stacey Garrity? Does she have a shot? And I was just as bad as everybody else. I was like, look, I don't think she can win. This Joe Torsella has got a ton of money. He's going to win. He's the anointed guy that's going to be the next big thing here in Pennsylvania. And Stacey did what she has always done in her political career and proved a lot of people wrong. She has a very impressive resume that she's only bolstered with her statewide, service. She works incredibly hard. I think anybody who thought this was going to be some sort of blowout just doesn't know Stacey Garrity. So I think the hard work she's putting in, hopefully this translates for her campaign to raising some money. I think that, obviously you can't ignore that side of it. You're going to have to get your message out. But I think to all the points that Scott said, when you go negative, it shows something in the polling on the other side that they're reacting to.
You know what I love about her is she's a bundle of energy and she never wavers. Like they basically put that negative ad out on her. I got featured in it, so she made me famous. Shapiro made me famous. Thank you. But the other thing is, they basically tied her to MAGA and to Trump, and she's like, yeah, yes, that's me. Yep, I admit it. I'm a Trump supporter. By the way, Trump carried the state. I mean, that was the funniest thing for me. Is like she's like, yeah, Trump carried the state. Now I'm going to carry it. Like that was all they had. She's tough to lay a glove on. It's going to be interesting. Let's get to a phone call for Scott Barger. I'm sorry. Cindy in Du Bois, Pennsylvania, has a question for Delegate Barger. Cindy, go ahead.
Hi. First of all, I want to tell you that my husband and I just went on a fundraiser train ride for Stacey Garrity. That was nice. And at the end of it, Glenn Thompson had refreshments for us, and it was really something because we saw two eagles fly over top of the crowd, two bald eagles, which I thought was pretty cool. But my question for Scott Barger is I just recently went to a Clearfield County Republican picnic, and I was supposed to say hello to him to the second most conservative person in the House, and this person told me that he would know who I'm talking about.
You are talking about Dallas Kephart. That's who he and I have a little we have a contest going. Who's going to be when it's all said and done? Who's going to be the most conservative representative in the state house? You know, he's my mentor. He was assigned to me as my mentor. He's about half my age.
Oh yeah.
And he listen. You got a good one. And Dallas Kephart. He works hard.
Yeah,
he knows the
good.
issues.
He's very good.
He's very good. But
yeah,
thank you. Yeah. He's always going to tell me.
You would know right away. Yeah.
Well, that's why we got to run
said you would
someone
know
against
right
that
away who it
Dallas
was.
Kephart. We got to get that guy out of office so I could be number one. That's what we got to do. But
no.
no, you got a good one.
No,
Thank
he
you,
needs to
Cindy.
stay there too.
Hey, why isn't he on
and
the why isn't he on the Pennsylvania posse?
I think
You
that's
should
a
get him
good
on.
call, John. I think he'd be great.
What do you think, Mike?
I think he'd be great. I am a huge Dallas Kephart fan.
Well, let's get somebody. Give me his number, Scott. Text.
I'm on it.
His number. All right.
I'm on it.
I mean, I got a phone. And a pen. I got 3 phones and 3 pens.
No, he'd be a good ad. Look, he tells it like it is. He is not Dallas Kephart he's a conservative guy. He understands the issues. You know, sometimes you get people who they are on principle, they're on the right side. He understands why he's on the right side. He understands why we need to vote the way we vote and what the ramifications are. And there's been times, I'm not going to lie, when I was 50-50 and I would go talk to Dallas Kephart. I say, Dallas, which way you leaning? Because this is a tough vote. They're not always easy. A lot of them are black and white, but some of them aren't. And he's been a good encouragement to me. So yeah, he's definitely, I'm glad he's on our side for sure.
I'm not sure there's a bill that kid doesn't read the entire bill every time. He's very impressive.
Yep.
What's your guys' take right now on the Senate, on the Pennsylvania Senate? What's your take? Can we hold that and then let's get to the House? Tell me
I
why.
think so. I think so. I think they're not to belittle any of my Republican colleagues on the other side, but I think they're good enough, if I could put it that way. They're good enough to hold on. I think what happens is, to me, it's the governor's race. If Stacey Garrity performs well, we're all going to perform well. If she doesn't, we've got trouble. And I think she's going to. And I think that lifts the rest of the ticket. They've got they won a fluke race in that special election in the Senate. The Dems did. What was that, last year? I don't think they hold that seat. I think Tom Jones takes it. So now we're up another one, and I don't see them having enough push to get through. I think the Senate has been solid enough to hold on. So that I'm not concerned about.
Tell me about the House. You guys got to win the House.
We do. I think as a newcomer, I think that there's always a handful of races that everyone watches. You know, so Frank Burns in Cambria County, for example, everyone's watching that one. He's been there forever, and he really, positions himself as a no-nonsense, conservative-leaning, middle-of-the-road, pragmatic Democrat. But in Harrisburg, he empowers the most progressive agenda that we have ever seen, and so we all think he's got to go. So everyone's watching that. And they dump a ton of money in the race. They're going to do it again this time. They did it last time. But there's always these dark horse races out there that no one's paying attention to. We had one last time around in Center County where it was way closer than anyone anticipated. So I've got my feelers out to see where those are, because if there's a race that no one's paying attention to, that we could sneak in and get something, that's where I'd like to go knock doors. But what I've been told is that the races that are in play are too close to call. That could go either way, depending on which way this wind's blowing. Again, the top of the ticket, right? If the top of the ticket does
wins,
something.
Basically, Garrity wins, you win the House.
We very well could. We very well could. Like, people look at money. We got outspent by $1 bajillion last time, and nothing changed. Right. I call that a loss for Democrats. When they spend that much money and can't win one seat, that's a loss. I think we're raising money. I think the message is there. I think we can point to the status quo of the governor and say, wait a minute, do you really think this is working? Really? Really? And let's not forget, they're in charge of the House, which means they can run their ridiculous bills, which again, we can point to and say, wait a minute. Really? Do you really think that full-term abortion is a good idea in the Commonwealth? Because they ran that bill in the House of Representatives 1 week before Christmas. So I think we have a message to say that, hey, these guys can't govern and their ideas are terrible. And it's time for a change, not just in the governor's house, but in the House of Representatives.
Mike Barley, you've been doing this a long time, and you're very dialed into Pennsylvania, obviously involved in a lot of different races at a lot of different times. What is your take right now? Just give me your honest assessment of where we are going into November.
Look, I think, there's still a lot that's unsettled. We're at this weird period. August is always this weird period, I always say, where the polls kind of, ping pong back and forth. Once we get into September, we'll really have a sense. I get to hear from both sides. Obviously the Democrats are very bullish. I think it's probably somewhere in the middle. Honestly, I don't think it's this blue wave that people are predicting is going to come. I think it's going to be a lot. Look, I think they have advantages. They always have advantages when, the Republicans or, the opposing parties in the White House that always has been the precursor for some sort of action, electorally on the other side. Look, I think in the Senate, they have some tough races. That Lancaster seat is going to be severely contested. I'm not convinced that Lancaster's changed as much as people would like to think it has. That's going to be an interesting race. The Montgomery County race with Tracy Pennycook is going to be a tough race. And then you get into Bucks County, and that's going to be, again, I think what Scott said, it's going to be predicated upon what happens at the top of the ticket. And that's going to be both Stacey Garrity and Brian Fitzpatrick in that race. So you have the Senate is going to be, very fiercely contested, and there's going to be very expensive races. In the House, the map is extremely tight. I remember prior to this recent iteration of the map, you would have 30 to 35 seats that were up, and you'd be watching all of them. Here, it's very, very tight. There's only a handful of races that are up, which allows you to concentrate money in these districts. You brought up Frank Burns in Cambria County. I remember when they were running, they were placing out Trump Burns signs, paid for by the House Democrat Committee. So they've been very effective in trying to hold that seat. I think you look at that seat, there's another seat out west, and then those northeastern PA seats. Northeastern Pennsylvania has continued to shift. That area, was once, again, this is Joe Biden's hometown, as we've heard, repeatedly, but that area with, the flip of the congressional seat with Congressman Bresnahan and some of those other areas there, you have some retirements that are there from long-term members. I think that's where you're going to see some of those seats that are hotly contested.
What about if Doug Mastriano gets confirmed ambassador September? It's going to be after Labor Day. What happens to his seat?
Look, that's a solid Republican seat. They'll have a conferee meeting and choose a nominee between those two county party GOPs, and we'll go from there. But I'm sure we'll retain that seat.
All right. But it's not going to stay open, right? So they can have a primary. So they'll just have the executive committee will get together and choose a nominee.
Well, it's an interesting one because the lieutenant governor gets to call that special election. So I've actually been thinking about, there are games that could be played there, John.
Because it looks like his confirmation is likely to come in the second week of September.
It should be then, the special election should be held on the November election if nothing is being held up.
Right. But then there's then anybody can run, right?
Well, that person would hold that seat for 2 years, basically. There would be an election between the Republican and the Democrat there, and then a person gets to hold the seat till the end of the term.
We'll see what happens. Now, he could be held up just like they jettisoned Carrie Lake out. She was supposed to be ambassador to Jamaica. I think it was Cornyn or Tillis. Somebody stopped her, so she's not gonna win. So she's out.
Yeah. Any prediction on movement in the Senate good luck, right?
Well, because I mean, they nominated Mastriano and Carrie Lake at the same time. Lake's gone. I mean, Tillis said no. He just stopped her for whatever reason. I don't want to get into it on Pennsylvania Posse, but then Mastriano, it's not a done deal. I think he's going to get there based on what he's done in Intel, and he's serving that part of the nation. I think it's very difficult to vote against him or to hold him up. So I think he eventually gets there, which would make that seat open. Guys, hang in there. We're going to be right back. Quick word from our sponsors. Plus, we're going to be taking your calls on Pennsylvania Posse, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Mike Barley, GOP consultant. Scott Barger, Pennsylvania House, 80. Keep it here.
You see and hear from the wellness company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the wellness company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh my goodness, the late, great Dennis Green. Every time I hear that, I miss him. I thought he was one of the best coaches and did the best conferences ever. And that was a classic. I remember, guys, watching that. I was in Syracuse, New York. It was a Monday night game. I bet the Cardinals plus like 5.5. And they had a 21-zip lead at halftime. I'm like, easy money.
But they are who we thought they were.
Then they
and we let them off the hook.
And the Bears cover. And then I remember watching that press conference. I remember it like it was yesterday. I don't know how long ago that was, but that was I remember standing in the bar watching that. It was very late at night because after the games, it was like probably midnight. Back then, I didn't get up at 3 a.m. Whatever I did, forget who I was with back then. The Syracuse newspaper, whatever they were. back in the
Denny Green, a Harrisburg native.
I know, right? That's why
Yeah.
we always play it.
Yeah.
Harrisburg native, great guy, great coach. And yeah, they did have a 21-0 lead and started running the football in the second half. I mean, unbelievable. Anyway, that's not why we're here. Let's get to one of Mike Barley's favorite topics. Let's get to these skill games in Pennsylvania. So all this money is going away for all these. Since I've been talking about this, you guys wouldn't believe the number of small C-stores that have contacted me, and like American Legions and just things of that nature. Some firehouse guy called me up. Like all this revenue they're going to lose, and now it's got to go through. Where is the legislation on this, Scott? One way or the other?
I have no idea. I have not seen anything out of House Democrats that would lead me to believe that they have a real, reasonable, effective, pro-Pennsylvania plan when it comes to skills games. I have not seen any evidence of that kind of approach to this issue. So I have no confidence that they'll come up with a solution there. I think there are solutions that are out there to get at this issue, so that these fraternal organizations, small businesses, your six-pack shops, your favorite place to go get a beer and a burger, that they don't go under. I think that there is a way to get at it, but I have no confidence in House Democrats to figure out what that is.
Can't the Republicans put up a bill?
I'm sure we can.
Well, why?
I'm sure, and maybe someone has. Maybe someone has. They won't run it. I mean, I apologize to to any of your listeners who are independent or Democrat that I come across so cynical and tired. But the reality is that I have not seen any evidence that they would come to us and say, okay, hey, what's the solution? Hey, that's a good idea. A good way to handle skills game. Let's tweak this, that, or the other thing and send it over to the Senate and get this done so that our VFWs don't go under. I've just never seen that posture coming out of House leadership. So even if we had the perfect bill introduced that would absolutely solve the problem, they would muck it up with something, involving cross-dressers or killing babies. So that's just what they're going to do.
Mike, what's the deal here?
Look, I think, the frustration, I think, from a lot of folks is palpable, no more than I would say me, but the reality is we're doing events every week, we're going around to VFWs, American Legion, small businesses. And I'll tell you, like the results and the impact's real. And it's not just, look, these vets need a place to hang out and have a drink. That's not the case. It's the volunteer work they do with that. They do that to raise money to have their charitable. It's the stuff that people take for granted in some ways, right? It's the volunteer baseball. It's fundraising for the baseball, Little League baseball team. It's the make sure that kids in the community have backpacks and supplies to go back to school. Look, I think for many years, the state Senate has said they were going to tackle this. And unfortunately, in Harrisburg, there's a lot of special interests and big pocketed special interests when you look at the casinos and others who have worked to muck this up and really change. They've been effective in this. They've changed the narrative to, I think, push a lot of regulation and overtaxation onto this industry, which would be, choke it out. And that's their end goal. They couldn't ban it, or maybe they will be able to with the court's assistance, but they now are looking at solutions that will, if we regulate and tax it, let's just put a ban, we'll make it so high and so onerous that it'll just ban the activity. And that's just it's not a good way to look. And, some of the comments I've seen from their supporters, like, well, these VFWs, American Legions, or volunteer firefighters, they're just gonna have to work harder. I mean, come on, it's a horrible way to look at these volunteer organizations. It's a very callous way to look at them, especially these volunteer fire departments. We've been in a lot of those. I mean, we ask those guys to volunteer their time, invest in their own equipment, and then we're like, hey, go pass the boot a little bit more so you can raise some more money to do all that. And then, hey, by the way, if my house is on fire, can you come by and put that out too? I mean, look, skill games are nothing more than a tool, and it's been an effective tool to help these guys stay in business. They make the majority of the money. I'm not sure why that's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. But every solution I've seen from that's been influenced by the casino industry or others is worked to diminish that number.
You know what I don't understand is why there's not some kind of a bipartisan bill coming out from somebody to address this. I mean, oppose it or be for it. You know, I've covered this extensively in Virginia. And, you know, one of the issues I always had there is that it was not regulated. And so it was like the Wild West. And I'm not in favor of that. Being a supporter of organized bookmaking on the internet and apps and DraftKings and all that, everybody knows where I stand on that. But these are highly regulated. And, you know, the states get a take on that. And if you have like I go in DC, I like to go to my Caesar's kiosk at the ABC liquor store right across the street. That's where I make my baseball bets. Well, that liquor store is getting a percentage of every time I make the wager. I could go, this is true. I could sit at home and go online, or I can go to that liquor store and get my ticket, you know, wait 5 minutes for the other guy and, you know, get a little fresh air. Because I know that little liquor store struggling to survive, you know, where I buy my liquor and water, you know, they're getting a percentage of that. I'd rather give it to that small business owner than to nobody, right? Or to the DC government. So I don't know why there's not some kind of a bipartisan plan here to get this fixed.
There's two bills that are out there right now, Senate Bill 1079 and House Bill 2213. Both are sponsored by Republicans and Democrats, urban and rural, that have the same concerns. And look, for the state, it would raise about $300 million annually. So it's not money that wouldn't be needed, and it's something that would make a framework like this work and still allow these clubs and small businesses to earn enough money to make these games profitable. However, it takes leadership to call those bills up. And, that's where we got to build the pressure and continue to push and see if we can't get some movement.
Just have the bill come up and then like everybody can debate it. I mean, that's what they did in Virginia 3 sessions in a row, right? Bill comes up. I didn't back it, but it was a debate and you had it, and it went to the governor's office twice, right? It got passed and two different governors vetoed it. But you had a debate, which I was in favor of. And so I can't see why this thing, when does your clock run out there? When does
October,
the clock run out?
October 13th is the day that is the last day we could operate before the ban would go into effect. And look, I've been very clear with everybody. We will not operate if that goes into effect. I think, some would may be looking for that to happen, but I can tell you that Pennsylvania Skill Games and Pace-O-Matic will not operate. But look, I think they don't want to bring it up because it would pass. That's just my take. I think it would pass.
So what does it matter with passing it?
Well, it may not be what some of the folks who are supporters of the leadership members want, and that's the frustration.
So the money coming against it is the big casino money, right? I mean, that's the opposition here, I guess.
Yes.
And that's the big opposition. There's look, I mean, that's like saying, well, because of casinos, we're going to get rid of the Pennsylvania lottery. Well, we're not doing that either. So, people want to go bet the lottery, they bet the lottery. I mean, you want to do skill game, do a skill game. You're right.
Our customers it's a different experience. They've had record revenues. We're not harming that at any take.
God,
and
no.
look, I've always had this disagreement with the way the gaming industry classifies. And look, I have zero problem with the casinos. Like you, John, I like to go to one. I enjoy sports wagering. I enjoy that occasionally. At the end of the day, we don't impact their bottom line at all.
Zero.
And
Zero.
look, they have
People
this.
People that are doing the skill games at the VFW are not going to live casino. I mean, it's just a different audience. Like if you understand the way gambling is in this country, and look, the genie's out of the bottle. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So I've embraced it forever. But it's a different audience. It's a different audience. And it's people just don't get it. It's this. There's this idea that there's this. I'm either going to go to the VFW or I'm going to go to Live. No, you're not. You're going to go to VFW. You're not going to Live Casino. You're just not
John,
doing it.
you're absolutely right. It reminds me of my father, 30 years ago. We used to go to a six-pack shop for lunch, and what he liked to do is get $20 in scratch-off tickets and see how long we could scratch off tickets before we ran out, right? Out of $20. We weren't going to the casino, man. That's not what that was. That was, hey, we're going out for a sandwich for lunch. Let's have some fun. Let's see. Maybe you win. Normally we didn't, but for us, it was a good day if we got enough free tickets that we were able to keep scratching them off all the way through lunch because $20, something fun to do on your lunch break. That's more like what skills games are doing in these organizations. So I think Mike brings up a great point. This is a different kind of entertainment. And listen, these fraternal organizations have been coming up with ways to raise money for years, whether it's a raffle, a gun raffle, or bet on the basket, or just different ways to make it fun for people to kick in an extra $20 when they come buy their chicken dinner. That's what this does. It makes it easier for them to do this. They plug the thing in. They can make a couple of dollars rather than having to figure out the next, game of chance that they're going to have at their barbecue dinner to make the money they need to buy the backpacks for kids at school. And I don't see how it's the kind of competition that's game changing for the casinos. I just don't. I mean, maybe if they could show how it's destroying an industry or if it's bad for the community or whatever, maybe, but that's not what it is.
They can't do that. When we were debating, I remember in Virginia, we were debating DraftKings, FanDuel, and all that stuff, Caesars, basically athletics gambling, sportsbook gambling on your phone. One of the state centers there, Peterson, wanted brick and mortar, and they were like, oh, it's going to, we have a couple casinos here. It's going to destroy the casino business. This sportsbook betting in casinos is at an all-time high because people, they go to they put it on their phone, they go to the casino, they bet at the book, whatever. I mean, you're not going to change this. People have a certain behavioral pattern. And all I want to do is get the thing regulated. And that's what you guys have been trying to do. And you're trying to do it here the right way. So October 13th, can you guys get an extension? Like, can they just extend it? Is there any way to do that?
It would take some sort of legislative action. So we'll see. There's been many different theories. Look, I think the best that could, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We're not giving up the fight. We're going to push through October 13th, but we're going to keep pushing.
So what happens October 13th? Then if you cease to opt, then immediately all of these places, depending on that revenue, it's gone in like one day. Does that then exert more pressure?
I hope so. Look, I think what'll happen as well, John, and we've seen this in other states, the illegal gambling market will backfill. And it's going to put some of these folks in really tough, a bad situation where they're trying to stay afloat, or they take the risk of operating something that's not legal. And that's very unfortunate. I hate the choice and the decision that these folks have to make.
Yeah, because you want to operate the way you're operating, but you want it to be above board and legal, and you do. I mean, that's what happened in other states, is it puts these people in a position where, then they're trying to find a loophole to take it. I'm dumbfounded why there's not just legislation being debated. And, you have a bipartisan bill. And if it fails, it fails. And if Shapiro doesn't sign it, he doesn't sign it. But at least you're debating it. Right now, it's just the only people debating it are us. It's insane. All right. I don't know. Let's get to, I'm for debate. How's that? Let's get to line 2. We got Al in Tennessee and wants to chime in with the Pennsylvania posse, I guess. I don't know why you're in Tennessee. You want to jump into Pennsylvania, Al, but go ahead.
Oh, are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. What I don't understand is this country was founded by basically a ragtag army of people who fought against a British Empire. And people have lost their way in this country. They don't believe God blessed that army to win that battle. And they don't believe God blesses this country anymore, and they think that communists can move in and take the place of what they have now. And they would have it just as well, but they wouldn't. Their freedoms are going to disappear. They're going to lose their freedom because of communism. They're going to lose their freedoms, and it may not happen overnight, but it's going to happen slowly but surely. And people have lost their way. God's testing this country to see if people are looking for him to have the answers. And if,
All right.
if they
Thank
don't
you.
think he has the answers,
Thank you, Al.
they're going to go.
Al, thank you. I think you're spot on, especially in Pennsylvania, where you guys were the center of the revolution and the center of freedom, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, if you ask any of my children, who are all, the youngest is now just turned 17, give me one quote that your dad always said, they would all without exception say this: communism has failed every time it's been tried. And Al's right. I appreciate his frustration. He is not wrong that where communism has been allowed to gain a foothold, it has killed people. It has destroyed countries. It has obliterated civilizations. And so we should be afraid of it. We should fear for the sake of our children and the future of our country.
Mike?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is it's real, right? I mean, we've had these crazy thoughts and theories pop up in debate in the past, but to see these folks winning primaries, it's not really Republican versus Democrat, it's America versus communism. And that's really the debate we're going to have here, which is scary.
All right, let's get to Mel in Saratoga, New York. Mel, you're on with the Pennsylvania Posse. Mel, go ahead.
Good morning, John. Thank you for taking my call. You know, I was just you guys were talking about these sports betting and Telebet. You know what killed the crowd at the racetracks is OTB, off-track betting. They got Naira bet, you got this bet, that bet, and everything else bet. You go to Aqueduct before Aqueduct got closed. You could shoot off a cannon from one end to the other of the grandstand and not hit anybody. That's because everybody's either at OTB or they're betting on their phone. I think that kind of stuff needs to be outlawed. Fill the grandstands back up. Put people back in the seats.
Yeah, put it.
Because the sport,
Mel, I love you to death.
Go ahead.
Love you to death. I've been in the business. It's sad. I understand. Aqueduct closing broke my heart. Roosevelt broke my heart. Brandywine, Liberty Bell. You guys know Liberty Bell. I used to stable there. Broke my heart. But you can't put the genie back in a bottle. I mean, that thing is out. It's done. I mean, I wanted to bet a horse yesterday. I live in D.C., right? So I'm a horse owner. I want to bet a horse. I live in D.C. Oh, in D.C., I can bet anything in the world, but you can't bet horses. So I got to get on the metro. This is really bad. I got to get on the metro, go 3 stops to Roslyn, Virginia, get off the train, make my bet, get back on the train, go back home in order to bet my horse, who did happen to win. So look, we're not going to get this back in the bottle. OTB it is there. It's not going to change, but I understand what you're saying. And the racetrack experience today for the people that go is a great experience. We have so many beautiful tracks in this country, many of them right here in Pennsylvania, and people should check those out. But Mel, I feel your pain. I mean, Aqueduct closing. I mean, I was going there since I was a kid. Race there, seeing it close, sad day, no doubt. But look, you still got Saratoga, and you got Belmont. But now, this isn't really Pennsylvania. But now you got Pimlico. The Churchill Downs kicked Pimlico out of the Triple Crown. Like what? What do you guys think about that? That's not good. And then Maryland's got to move their Pimlico to Sunday. I don't mean to take your guys' time on this, but Mel knows how to push my buttons. Mel, thanks for the call. Go ahead, Scott. Close us out.
I'm going to disagree with you, John. I think it's not quite over for racetrack betting, and here's why. It was over for vinyl records as well. And they came back. It's because there's nostalgia involved. There's more to it than the guys that just want to bet. Of course, they're going to pick up their phone and bet. But if you want to go to the track and you want that tactile experience, you want to hear it and smell it and feel it, you got to do it there. And so the people who want that experience are going to find it. The tracks that offer it are going to exist. So I don't think it's totally over for that whole industry.
I like your optimism.
I try to be optimistic.
I love
I
it.
hope so.
I love it. I mean, we go to the track every other weekend at Colonial Downs, the second most beautiful track in America, only second to Saratoga turf course. That's where my horse races, but it's all good. And you got plenty of beautiful tracks in Pennsylvania, no doubt. Guys, thanks for being with us. And maybe somebody will actually get up a bill that could be debated in the state Senate. You guys don't. The state Senate there is as bad as our state Senate in Washington. Senate in Washington, we don't do crap. Thanks, guys. Scott, people want to follow you. Where do they go?
You can find me on social media. Go to WeTheTaxpayers.org.
WeTheTaxpayers.org.
Yep.
That's almost as good as Mr. Coleman goes to Washington, goes to Harrisburg.com. I still can't get over that website. People want to follow you, Mike. Where do they go, Mike Barley?
Right here. Follow me here.
Way to go on the Pennsylvania Posse and the John Fredericks Media Network. Guys, thanks for being with us. Always so much fun. We will see you soon. Michael Patrick Leahy next on the John Fredericks Media Network. If you're looking for a winner, go to GodzillaWins.com. 4 out of 4 yesterday. Baseball, 8 out of my last 10. Let's talk. More winners, go to GodzillaWins.com. Michael Patrick Leahy next.
Sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran signaling progress in talks with Oman over the status of